Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our September 22nd council meeting. And I'm going to begin by inviting everyone to stand for O Canada. Great. I'm just a little too close proximity to the flag, and I don't want to block it, so with my chair. I'm going to call on Deputy Mayor Kivini to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Now I'll just ask you to join with me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest around the horseshoe? Councillor Yurg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 9.1B regarding the Meaford Culture Foundation agreement, I will be recusing myself for that.
Okay. I see no other, so if it does occur to you at any time, why, you can bring it forward then. Thank you. Announcements. I can always count on Deputy Mayor Kivini to bring us up to date.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I do have a few today, if you will indulge me. And I want to start with a privilege that I had on Saturday evening to make a very special presentation to our own Acting Director of Operations, Jeff Fries, who is also a volunteer firefighter with ITFD. We know that Councillor Greenfield spoke to this. This incident happened at a conference dinner that we were attending, and the host choked. And it was very, very serious. And Jeff jumped right into action and performed the Heimlich, which did not work. And he had the gentleman on the floor in seconds with shirt ripped open and doing CPR until the host came to. But we lost him for a few minutes, didn't we, Jeff? Yeah, we did. And you brought him back and you saved a life that day. And we're so very proud of you. So thank you, Jeff. And moving on from that one, it seems we always talk about the scarecrow invasion, which is absolutely amazing and wonderful for our community, but I sometimes forget to talk about the Apple Harvest Craft Show. So I wanted to acknowledge that the show is coming up on the weekend of the Scarecrow Family Festival. So the craft show will be October 4th and 5th this year, with hours of 10 to 6 on the Saturday and 10 to 4 on the Sunday. Over 200 exhibits will be placed in the curling club, the arena, and the community center. And it's just a great time to think about Thanksgiving or to start preparing yourselves for Christmas. This show has been going since 1983, which is really, really incredible. And since then, over $1 million has been donated by the good folks who run our Apple Harvest Craft Show right back into the community. And they've done things like support the break wall lookout and the pavers out there. And they've done other improvements around the harbor. And they've contributed to our hospital foundation in a big way. So admission is only $5. So everybody don't forget to come out to the Apple Harvest Craft Show. And I also wanted to acknowledge the curling club because they've had a very successful Trillium grant received for new ice making equipment, over $200,000. So that's amazing, and congratulations to our curling club because they were in a bit of a pickle with their ice making equipment. So now they're going to be able to move forward and get that replaced. We all have a brochure that I wanted to acknowledge for open fields, and that farm tour is coming up on September the 27th from 10 until 4. And Meaford's locations will be Coffin Ridge Winery and Purple Hollow. So if you want to get more information, go to www.exploreblue.ca open fields. There's also other locations in TBM, Alpine Ridge Alpacas, Apple Spring Orchard, Gray and Gold Cider, and Valley Ridge Family Farm, along with our own two in Meaford. So that's going to be a great day. And lastly, I just wanted to talk about the upcoming BIA meeting. And this is happening September the 24th from 7:30 in the morning until 7 at night at Meaford Hall. And this is a community input session. So we're hoping that a lot of business owners will come out and come and learn about a BIA if they're not familiar with what the responsibilities are of a BIA and what the great advantages are of having a business improvement area in Meaford. So we're looking forward to people coming and sharing their thoughts. And that'll be held in the galleries at Meaford Hall. And there's also a survey. If anybody isn't able to make the meeting, they can go to meaford.ca/BIA and fill out that survey, or they can reach out to our small and medium business liaison, Jessica Kenyon, here at the municipality. So I think most of us will be there, and it's going to be a really interesting day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Urick, you have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is more of a thank you. I just wanted to actually thank Meaford Hall staff and the army of volunteers that just did help make the Meaford International Film Festival, which was on the past 4 days, very successful. And it was in part in thanks to the many people that really worked together to make that a success. So just wanted to give a thank you and just report it was a very successful event. Went very well.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just want to bring up that this Saturday is the second Georgian Bay Fan Con. And if you're not sure what that is, it is the Super Bowl for nerds. It's really cool. So we will be at the Meaford Community Center and Arena, and it's grown quite a bit since its first event last year. We're going to have about 100 vendors. We're going to have a cosplay contest with amazing prizes. You can even win a 3D printer. We're going to have live D&D sessions for all the Dungeons and Dragons fans out there, live entertainment, including DJ sessions, K-pop performances, massive kids zone with bouncy castle, face tattoos, all that great stuff. And it's licensed. So we will have a beer garden there representing 6 of the finest local craft breweries and wineries in the area. And it is going to be a really fun day. That's Saturday at the arena from 10 till 4. And information can be found at gbfancon.ca. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's another exciting event in Meaford. So I think that looks like all the announcements. So I'll move on to public participation. And I'm very pleased we've got a lot of public participation today. Members of the public are always encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of. And you can do that by contacting clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. Excuse me. The public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we have 3 presentations to get started with this afternoon, and I'm going to call on Catherine Daw, who will present to us on behalf of Green Economy South Georgian Bay. Can somebody get her mic there?
I have a mic. I think.
Oh,
I just
it
need,
is on. Good, thank you.
Oh, there we are. I have the clicker. So I'm in control. Usually I'm saying next slide, please. So thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Kevney, rest of the council, staff, and residents and participants in the audience. My name is Catherine Daw. I'm the chair of the Collingwood Climate Action Team. But I'm here today to represent all of the teams on a regional project that we undertook approximately a year ago when I came and presented last to you. And really what it is, in essence, while it's focused on business, it is still to reduce climate pollution and to work towards build a healthier and more sustainable and resilient way of living in our communities when we're being impacted so greatly by the amount of climate change that we're starting to see around us. And I'm sure all of us experienced the heat and the fires this summer as a good example of that. So I came last fall and did a presentation. And so I'm here to just do an update on that. So what we've done is, and I'm just updating to March 2025 because we've made a shift. But what we've really done is we've made a lot of connections. We had a lot of outreach and of events, and we established an advisory committee and a small project team. We actually launched our first cohort of businesses that are going through a Green Economy Canada process. And they are working through that. They launched in January of 2025, and they'll be working towards that at the end of the year. Our original plan was to have 2 cohorts. Unfortunately, we chose not to take the second cohort through it because we didn't have enough interest at the time. What we really learned was that there was a lot of challenge and that we needed to better understand the needs of the community and what they were already doing around sustainable practices. And also that the Green Economy Canada formula was very challenging, and we felt that it may not be the right fit for our community. And of course, we were struggling with some funding capacity in order to actually run this project at the rate that it needed to be, in addition to the fees that we were going to have to be paying to Green Economy Canada. Well, I'm a sailor and I've been to Meaford at least 3 times this summer from Collingwood sailing here. And I've learned that while you're a sailor, you want to get to a particular a destination, but the wind is not always necessarily in your favor. And so while we can't change the direction of the wind that it's coming to us, we can adjust our sails. And so we made a decision towards the end of last year to make an adjustment and relaunch the project in a different form and fashion, which is what I want to talk to you more about today. So here's our reframed program scope. And we're working on this until February of 2026. So we have a cohort of 3 businesses, Georgian Bay Spirit Co., Rockside Campbell, and Beaver Valley Outreach, that are on their journey with the Green Economy Canada. And so we're working with them and supporting them as they go through getting an audit done on their business and starting to build out some sustainability targets as to how they might change their business practices and how they operate in order for them to increase their sustainability and also reduce their operating costs, because that is one of the biggest benefits. And so we will be sharing their stories through case studies. And I had a meeting with them recently just to see where they are. They're a little behind because business always interrupts and takes priority over projects of this nature. But they're still actively working towards their goals for this year. We also wanted to build more formally a network of businesses and nonprofit organizations who wanted to learn more, and also that we wanted to learn more about what was actually going on in the community. And we also made a decision that perhaps Green Economy Canada was not the right model. And so we are exploring 3 existing sustainable green economy style models and assess them to see what would be right for our region. And when I talk about the region, we're talking about the 6 municipalities in what is commonly called the South Georgian Bay region. 3 Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, Clearview, and then Town of Blue Mountains, Meaford, and Grey Highlands. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit about where we are now in that journey. And I know the slide is a really busy slide. Everybody's going, what am I looking at? And I know we've had the slides in the head, but I'm going to really focus from July onwards. We did actually issue the survey to the businesses, and I want to share some of those results. The report was sent to you as part of the presentation slide. So I hope if you haven't had a chance to take a look at, please do so. I will share some of them with you. And so we've assessed the results and we're working towards what they mean for us. And they've been quite outstanding. I'll get to that when I talk that a little bit more. We're building out an event and a workshop that's going to be hosted in November. And it will be talking and focusing on some of the biggest benefits and the biggest challenges that we understand from the survey results. And we're also working on the assessment of our green economy models. We're partway through that. We're actually going down to Waterloo to visit one of the models that we think is quite interesting to us. We also looked at a sustainable Kingston, and we're still talking to Green Economy Canada, and we have one other in the background that we may or may not choose to do. We're also looking at establishing an Eco Leader Award program so that we can start to recognize businesses and nonprofits in the community region that are doing interesting practices and that we can all learn from. So we'll use the rest of this year to complete those pieces. And then in January, we'll be reporting on the cohort 1 experience, celebrating how well they've done, and also preparing ourselves for 2026. So ongoing, obviously, is fundraising. Our program team and our program management team is working diligently on it. It is truly now a regional team because we have 6 of us on the team that are working with representatives from Wasaga Beach and Town of Blue Mountain participating from the climate action teams. Just going to take a moment to make sure I've not missed any of my notes. So I would say that we're working right now at a very manageable pace to the budget and the time, and we feel very positive and energetic, and there's interest and movement in terms of getting businesses more engaged. What I wanted to share next is some of the key takeaways from the survey. So I will say, first of all, that we were pleasantly surprised by the amount of response rate that we got. From a survey perspective, if you get 5% results on your survey response rate, that's pretty darn good, right? Well, this was 12%. So we were absolutely thrilled. We have over 100 businesses that participated, and the majority of those have agreed to stay on our mailing list and to continue working with us. So that's very exciting. Over 70% of the respondents noted that they were somewhat or very familiar with the idea of sustainable business practices, and many of them are actually doing some things, especially around waste or trying to increase their energy efficiency. 65% reported that money was the biggest motivator to make changes because they could see that it would reduce costs. However, the other interesting part is that money was also reported as the biggest barrier to making change. And that comes to, how am I going to fund this? How am I going to actually make this work? And that's where a green economy model comes into play, where there are, we have through, for example, the Green Economy Canada and the others that we're looking at, we have access to some funding that would not necessarily be on the board for a business to go and search for on their own. So there's always a bigger chance of being successful when you're in a cohort group. I do want to also say that all of the 6 municipalities in South Georgian Bay did participate in it. So we have a good variety of respondents as well as a variety of sectors. Majority of businesses were typically 2 to 10 employees, and just over half of the respondents, interestingly enough, reported that they own the space that their business is operated in. So again, that's interesting for us because then they have a little bit more power in terms of what they might want to do around energy efficiency. Also, if you're renting, we would be more than happy to be talking to property managers as to what they can do to save their operating costs and improve their buildings as well. I'm going to go to the next slide. So here, it's a bit difficult for those in the audience to see, but what we really wanted to understand was what they would like to see in terms of improving their sustainable green business. And I think the thing that's really interesting here is that there was a much more higher awareness that they needed to do something, and also that they were really interested in gaining more information around cost and relatable experiences, as well as reducing waste was one of the other higher pieces on that chart. I think the information, the quotes that are at the bottom are really important to note, in particular that information and support are both so important. Sometimes business owners get lost in the day-to-day, and having guidance in bigger picture things like sustainability would make a huge difference. And they also said that what they really want is to be able to empower themselves through community work with other businesses and themselves. So connecting with each other is as important, which often business owners can't do. They're so heads down doing their day-to-day work. And as a prior business owner, I totally appreciate that. So the question is now, so what? What does this all mean? Well, on average, 23% of our climate pollution across South Georgian Bay comes from business, industrial, and manufacturing. This program, the project, supports reducing emissions, operating costs, increasing savings, and working towards building resilient business community. Not just about businesses on their individual own, but for them to start to generate experiences across the board, learn from each other, and grow that capacity to help and support what we all need to be doing with regard to our futures. So I'm here today to ask for the equivalent funding that we've received so far from Collingwood and Town of Blue Mountain, where what they have contributed for 2025. And I know you don't have any budget left for that, but if you would commit to your 2026 budget for $5,000 toward this program as part of the implementation of your own climate action efforts. I don't know what kind of a budget you have around that, but I'd be certainly interested to talk to you about that. Often people default to the known practices, even though they have the knowledge and feel they can do better. If we have a community-based and led approaches, it helps to empower businesses to choose better and clean alternatives. This program is the first regional project of many to come, where these climate action teams across the region want to work together to build intentionally some changes for not just one of us, but for all of us. Thank you. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Catherine, for coming to present to us here in Meaford. We appreciate that. I'm just curious to know, with Meaford kind of being in between your area and, what Enno Sound, so to speak, the Grey County Climate Action Plan is one that that we are involved with, and I'm just curious to know if you have any communication with the folks that are implementing that plan at the Grey County level.
Yes, I do. In fact, Linda Swanston and I had a meeting this morning and talked about this topic exactly. Yes. So I'm keeping in touch at both county levels as well as at the municipal level. This is a bit of a unique program because it is crossing over 2 counties, obviously. And so we want to make sure that we're in line with what other things are going on and making sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes and that we have some support.
And if I may, your worship, thank you. That's very helpful. So I can assure you we'll have this discussion when our 26 budget comes to this table.
Thank you.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Catherine, thank you very much for your presentation. The funding request, it's only mentioning municipalities. So what is the long-term funding model beyond municipal partners? How would that look?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So we got some seed funding from the Institute of South Georgian Bay, and we're still using that fund. We also have some private donors and some grant foundations that have been supporting us as well. The intent is that this project as a pilot program will be ending in 2026. At that point, we need to be looking at how we make it a more sustainable model that can go on without me coming and asking for money from municipalities or others on an ongoing basis. So the goal is once we've gone through 2026 and we've worked through the model that we're going to probably switch to and figure those pieces out, we will be operating this program as a social enterprise, which means that the businesses will be paying a membership fee to be participants in it, and that will be the bulk of where we will get our funding in addition to looking for corporate business sponsors.
Okay, thank you again very much for your presentation.
Okay.
And our next presentation is on behalf of responsible short-term accommodation owners of Meaford. And I'm going to call Brianna Brooks and Nicholas Rolfe to the microphone.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and members of the public who are here as well. So my name is Brianna, and this is my husband, Nick, and we are here to represent a group of STA short-term accommodations. We're actually a group of 6 short-term accommodations. We have 8 members of our group, and 2 of which are behind us, Dan and Erica, to join us today as well. And we see ourselves as a group, a leadership in the community. So we represent a Facebook group of around 113 members or 113 STAs. And we have been advocating in terms of the bylaws, but also representing our group in terms of responsible management and also helping to create links within our community and businesses and promote local events as well in the area. So actually a quote from Catherine's presentation really spoke to me when she mentioned that business owners get caught in the day-to-day, and we see ourselves as being able to help local STAs to take on some of those projects that sometimes get put to the bottom of the list and help in terms of promoting the businesses and the events for our STA community.
Part of the kind of preparation for the presentation as well, we've been over the last couple of months meeting and presented to various committees of council as well, just to provide some of the data behind the STAs that operate within the local municipality. So in terms of the data, what we've done here is just pulled together some of the numbers for Meaford and done a bit of a comparison to the Blue Mountains. We've also got some data in relation to the amount spent by STAs within our group, as well as the local economic impact, where we've done some calculations and assumptions, which I'll talk to in a moment as well. And so just to explain a bit more about this slide, this is just really showing some of the accommodations available for Meaford and the Blue Mountains. So we know that there are 3 motels that operate within the local municipality. There are no hotels at this point in time, although one is obviously planned and I think kind of going through the processes right now to get kind of started. From an STA perspective, through the committee meetings we've had previously, we were asked to kind of keep the data, new and fresh as well, to keep it updated, because it does actually change from time to time. So previous meetings, there were 146 active STAs operating, and that's defined as those that have rented for at least 1 day in the past 30 days. But there are also what are classed as inactive listings, and they are the ones that have not been active in the last 30 days, but have been active within the last year. So that number has gone from 146 in July to 157 as of 2 weeks ago. And so we've seen a bit of a shift there, but we've actually seen a drop in the number of inactive listings slightly within the municipality, which is interesting. It could have just been that some listings had kind of changed or moved to a new kind of location or whatever as well. So not sure of the kind of reasoning behind that, but that data is all pulled from AirDNA, which is a website that scrubs Airbnb, VRBO, and other kind of short-term rental sites as well. And then from the estimated bedrooms within Meaford, that gives us 520 if we make an assumption of 3 bedrooms per STA. And then we've also done a bit of a comparison now of average nightly rates. And based on the data, we generally see that the average nightly rates within Meaford are slightly more competitive than the Blue Mountains. So it's a little less costly to stay in Meaford. So a bit of a competitive advantage there we see for us in the local municipality. When we compare that to the Blue Mountains, we couldn't see any data specifically in relation to motels, but we know there are some within the Blue Mountains. So we're not sure of the exact data there. We do know that there are around 1,000 units within hotels or motels within the Blue Mountains. And we're estimating there that some have 2 bedrooms. So we're estimating there's somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 bedrooms available within the hotels within the Blue Mountains. There are also around 1,000 STAs now, and that's gone up a little bit from, I think, 988, if my eyes can stretch that far, of which about 746, I think, or 48 are active as well. So again, that same definition as what we applied to Meaford as well. So we've seen a slight increase in terms of those both inactive and active within the Blue Mountains, which is interesting. We've also then used the same assumptions to calculate the number of estimated bedrooms in the Blue Mountain, which comes out to just under 4,000 at 3,988. So you can see that there's nearly 700% more capacity in the Blue Mountains than there is currently in Meaford. So we just wanted to showcase that for just kind of further deliberation as you go through the process around kind of licensing and registration as well, that I think Meaford, really needs to support the STAs and kind of make sure that we're able to operate responsibly and really stay as competitive as possible with the Blue Mountains as well. This next slide is the 6 STAs that sit within our group. We've got some costing information that really shows the amounts that are being spent by those STAs within the municipality. So the top row here shows the cleaning, laundry, hot tub maintenance, and property management expenses that from the 6 STAs that operate within our group. So you can see it's a huge range. And this is really dependent on whether the owners live locally, obviously the size of the STA, the amount that they're booked, the number of bookings and all those kinds of things as well, which really impact the number of cleans and turnovers and things like that, as well as the amounts that property managers need to support them as well. So there's a huge range there that in terms of kind of local contributions to the economy. We also, the second row sets out the landscaping, gardening, lawn mowing, snow clearing, all those other things that have to be paid for as well. And that's the expenditure across 2024, because this was the most recent data that we had from our recent tax returns. And the third row is the amount spent on local supplies within the shops and stores within Meaford as well. So that could be at the grocery stores, at the hardware stores, Keep Refillery, coffee and other things at McGinty's and Grandma Lamb's and things like that as gifts for guests as well. So again, a kind of broader range of amounts spent depending on kind of stays, size and all those things as well. And then the bottom row just shows the property taxes that were all paid in 2024 by each of those STAs as well. So that's really just showing, again, from a small sample size of the 6 that operate and sit within our group. I just wanted to really showcase some of the amounts spent locally within the municipality. And then this is just an interesting slide where we've tried to pull some data together. I think the top left is really the most important data that we wanted to really showcase here. The $3.8 million is the estimated direct spend by STAs on local businesses that operate within the municipality. So this is an average of our 3 and 4 bedroom from our group, the amounts that were spent each year, and then really extrapolating that across the 157 active listings. And so when you extrapolate that, you get to $3.8 million in terms of contribution directly from spend by those STAs. And then the 2.8 million is the amount that guests spend annually within Meaford. Again, this is an estimate based on an Airbnb study, which showed that there were an estimated $243 spent by guests per day, and 40% was spent locally within the municipality. So when you extrapolate that across 157 listings, we assumed an occupancy rate of about 50%. That comes out to about $2.8 million directly spent by guests who are visiting the municipality and staying within the STAs as well. And then we show various other data points here that are really kind of important for consideration as well. We had 68 that were actively marketed as being pet friendly, and although there could well be more than that, they just weren't displaying it. We've got 210 that are active, which I've already talked a little bit about. We estimate that there's 172,000 visitors per year that stay in STAs, that visit the municipality. And then the chart on the right-hand side, which is really, really small for us back here, just shows that fluctuation in number of active listings across the municipality over the last few years. So you can see there's some peaks and valleys there, the peaks being in the kind of summer months when there tends to be more STA activity, and then more of the valleys within the kind of fall, winter, spring months as well. So just wanted to showcase some of the data points that we had pulled together as well for council. And then we just have a last slide here to talk about some of the collaboration that the Meaford STAs do with local businesses.
Yeah, so I think, part of our role has, has evolved. As I mentioned, in the beginning, we were doing a lot of advocacy, and now we've taken on a little bit more of a leadership role amongst the STAs and trying to do some of that business liaising. So one of the things we did recently was we polled our STA group on our Facebook group, as well as an email survey to ask them a few of the questions that have come out of some of our advocacy this summer in our meetings and presentations. So we asked them why their guests, or the feedback that they're getting from their guests on why they're visiting Meaford, and overwhelmingly the response was the community. So the waterfront, obviously Georgian Bay, local surroundings, going for hikes and using that waterfront. Family gatherings was a big response as well. But I think that lends itself to this slide, because it shows that there is an opportunity for growth. If we are able to pull together, we're starting to work with the chamber now on creating a calendar of events. If we are able to promote the local events and the local business opportunities, then that will help bring hopefully more guests, perhaps in the off season, for other reasons other than the nature that is already obviously obvious and available. So that's what we're doing now. So obviously on this slide, we mentioned some of the things that we're already doing in terms of STAs. We are providing gifts, welcome gifts to our guests. Ours provides flowers from Belvedere Farm. We provide coffee from McGinty's. We also provide butter tarts from Grandma Lamb's and a variety of other things. And that changes seasonally, but that's an example of some money that's going back to the community. We do have a guidebook that outlines a lot of different things happening in the community, as well as a lot of the businesses. And that's a piece that we are going to be collaborating on as a wider group. We personally have our own Instagram and Facebook and a web page. So we have started working with a marketing group. And so this past summer, we did giveaways, a summer of giveaways. And so we were promoting places like Jake's Grab and Grow, the Red Door. We had a giveaway to our cottage, and that certainly gets a lot of eyes on things happening in the community. So that's kind of an area where we've expanded this past year. Personally, we are planning a retreat. I know we actually just got an email from a newspaper this morning who want to come and feature the cottage, which is exciting, but there's areas like that where we feel our group can collaborate using a group of STAs, perhaps welcoming retreats and conferences to the area, since we don't have enough accommodation through hotels and motels. And another project is the TV or online promotion. We've started looking into that, but we are prioritizing the calendar of events, I think now, in terms of promoting what's happening in Meaford as a first step, perhaps with a QR code for our guests or a calendar or something physical. I think that's mostly it for what I would say. I know initially we thought perhaps having a list of trusted STAs would help with the retreats and the conferences and such as well. However, I know Jessica has been working hard at updating the business directory on the Meaford municipality website. So perhaps that will be enough if the STAs are just able to list themselves there. We'll see how it goes up in the next little while. But we will open it up for questions if anyone has any questions for us or our other members as well, then we're happy to help.
Thank you very much. Very, very helpful information for us. And stay tuned because this whole topic comes up in our agenda later today. So Councillor Urick, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Nick and Brianna, for again presenting. Nick and Brianna did present to growing our economy and strengthening our community committees, and we actually gave them a bit of homework, and I do appreciate the fact that you guys come back with the additional information because it's very helpful. I just want to ask a quick question, and the information you provided is very pertinent, very, very important. On page 4, when you talk about there, you gave examples of the various different bedrooms, and I think there's a bit of a public perception of concern, more bedrooms equals more disruption.
Right.
Not necessarily the case. I just want you to maybe give a little bit of insight from a responsible group, kind of what that differential means, because having a 7 or 8 bedroom in town versus on a 20-acre farm is a lot different. So just a little clarification on that differential and how it's impactful to kind of what we're trying to accomplish would probably be helpful.
Yes, and that was a, it lends itself to a bigger discussion, but some of the things that we're all doing to mitigate some of those concerns or those problem situations. I know we talked a little bit about, or have talked a little bit about noise monitors in the past. That was a question that we brought up in our survey to our wider community about, how many of the group already have noise monitors, how many would be interested in adding them. The concern around internet, although it didn't seem apparent in that there was a concern around Wi-Fi and whatnot in the group that replied. So, in terms of like the sizes, for us, we have never had a complaint, but we do find ourselves in the bigger STA group. Well, I've been honest before, I will be honest again in saying that we are the 7-bedroom. So we have 2 cottages on the one property. It's 10 acres and one is a 4-bed and one is a 3-bed. So we tend to attract family gatherings. That's our bread and butter. Groups with small children tend to come, multiple families, and stay at our STA. So we have a bunch of security measures in place. We have cameras outside. We have indoor noise monitors as well as outdoor noise monitors. They don't record conversations. They just record decibels so that we can track that, the noise obviously level is appropriate. We are very forthcoming in our listing that we mention that right off the bat. So people who book our listing are told that before they book. And are made aware of our policies and our feelings around larger gatherings. Did you want to add?
Yeah, maybe if I could just add as well, we kind of came at it from a 2-pronged approach of there's the preventative stuff to make sure that people who are coming are going to be respectful, or hopefully be respectful within the local municipality. And then there's the detective pieces that come into play once people are on site. And the preventative pieces are really about the screening of like any guests wanting to stay. So we heavily prioritize families coming to stay. So if someone is coming with kids, we see that as less risky generally from a noise disruption perspective, particularly late at night and those other things as well. But we do make sure that, guests have really strong ratings from previous visits previous visits to other STAs on Airbnb. So there's automated checks like that happen in the background as well. And so that's a really important piece in terms of asking the purpose of the visit, who's coming, and those kinds of questions up front. And then the detective pieces are all those things of the noise monitors, the cameras, and just making sure that we have alerts if there are any issues coming as well. So it's really that 2-pronged approach that we've taken, and we've obviously promoted that, and our group is very much on board with a lot of those things as well to make sure that we're being as consistent as possible and trying to get all of those good practices out to the STA community as well.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Nick and Brianna. I'm just curious to know, and I don't know if it was a question in your survey or not, but do you have a sense of how many of our existing STAs are 3 bedrooms or less, or how many are above that?
We do. It is some work that we have done in the past to gather that, as well as like the primary, non-primary, because that has come up in the past too. I don't know if you remember off the top of your head.
From my recollection, around 90 of the 210 were 3-bedroom or less, from the data that we had available. So over half were not 3 bedrooms or less of the inactive listings. So that's the total listings within the municipality.
And just, I guess, a little bit of context too, in terms of the competitiveness of the market. You want to be in that over 3-bedroom because it's more competitive in the less than 3-bedroom. Because there are more STAs overall, you know, especially when we're comparing ourselves to the Blue Mountains, who are smaller, 1-bed, 2-bed. And so our property manager, you know, we have our calls on how are things going, how can we improve, how can we, you know, build our brand and whatnot. And one of the feedbacks she's given to us is that at her other STAs that she works with are suffering a little bit more in terms of their occupancy rates, but we're very fortunate because we belong in that larger group STA. And so there's always a space for, you know, for larger groups getting together, and there are fewer options for them. That's what, you know, her feedback to us in
And
particular.
particularly from us prioritizing families, to have a family gathering with 3 bedrooms or less in the summer, like we couldn't even do that with our kids and our, you know, your parents to come, right? So
Yeah.
you know, it's really restrictive in terms of allowing that true Canadian summer and those true family gatherings happening over the summer as well.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mayor Cameron. Thanks very much for coming forward today. Certainly a timely presentation. Yeah, on the 3 or more bedroom subject, I'm not sure if this is municipal wide. I hear quite often from a number of our residents who aren't in the STA business that it seems like 3 bedrooms, that seems to be what they perceive as the limit. There seems to be more favoritism before 3 or less. Anyway, besides that, yeah, and this really maybe doesn't affect the financial part of it, but I was just wondering in your study if you had any idea of what percentage of STA owners or managers remain on site. I know that's maybe not what you were looking for, but I wondered if you got an indication of the percentages there.
It's not something that we've looked into in the past. We can certainly do that. I know speaking on behalf of ours as well, we have a mix of local staff and offsite. Our marketing team is in the GTA. Although, you know, we've had them come and stay so that they understand, you know, the property a bit more. We have a mix of our management who are local and offsite. So yeah, that doesn't give you the wider data that you're looking for, but we can take it away and try and come back to you with an answer on that at a later date.
And a supplementary.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. Just a comment, just in looking on the map, how many STAs are along our shoreline, and you'll have to forgive me, but if we had the rest of that shoreline in the former St. Vincent and Sydenham, we could have a lot more STAs. Thank you.
Okay, if that's it for questions, thank you very much, folks, for coming in. And the third presentation actually has been withdrawn, and that was Martin and Diane Sasek, who live on Concession 8 South. Pardon me, and they have their complaint we can deal with and are planning to do that, and so they have withdrawn their application or their to speak. Deputations, we have a few, and the first one is Paul Young. speaking about a public question period.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner and company. The reason behind me making this deputation is because I'm trying to get many of my neighbors and townsfolk that I have grown to know, many of the people in town, to participate more in town meetings and advisory committees and things like that. And I'm disappointed in their levels of apathy in terms of showing up. And I've even heard some of the other committees, comment on, what can we do to engage people? So my deputation today is a suggestion around question period. I haven't attended 1,000 of your meetings, but I've attended quite a few and watched some on video. My takeaway is that the common practice when a question is asked is for everyone to nod and recognize the question and everything, but the questioner rarely gets some sort of a commitment for either an answer or a response or whatever in the meeting or at some later date. So my suggestion is that if someone takes the time to come here and make a deputation or a question, I think it honors their time and it improves your reputation as a responsive council to say either we'll get back to you because we want to talk to staff. We have to look into that, but or someone comments right now. And I think even commenting to the effect that the question or the deputation is out of bounds and irrelevant to the meeting, that is a perfectly good answer, because sometimes that's true. And but being told so-and-so will get back to you by email or a phone call within 20 business days, that's my idea of heaven. And I think that the respect for the council and the meetings would go way up if people, in the grocery store aisles were able to tell each other that that's the way it's working these days. Anyway, that's my only comment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Young, and very well received. I wonder if CAO Everett, if you would like to respond in terms of, what's like, I certainly agree with Mr. Wilson, and I think those of us on this side of the horseshoe do. And I think that where possible, you'd like to see staff respond too. But anyway, you may know more about the municipal act, for example. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I guess the follow-up to that would be we have our customer service standard policies. So we can review those. I think ultimately when members of the public come forward, where council is looking for further information or looking for a response, council can make that recommendation and provide that direction right away to staff to say, we'd like you to come back with that information. I would say, having the informality of being able to bring that to the next meeting would be extremely beneficial. Oftentimes where things get delayed is if the expectation is a report. A report is more formal, where a lot of the questions that I see posed, if council's looking for further information or a response to that, that's something that through the procedural bylaw, we can look at having that flexibility where possible. We can provide that as a follow-up. I actually prefer that mostly because it gives those watching and members of the public the information as a whole, as opposed to the response going back to that one individual. If that individual has taken the time to come forward through a council meeting, through an open session, having that response then provided back in the same forum so all can hear is often beneficial. Because in some instances, a response to a question may not be as well received. And I've often seen, not here, but in other areas, that a response that's provided and that response is not what the individual is looking for is often deemed a non-response. So having that response provided in open session Everybody knows that there was a response. Not everybody may like the response, but it is in fact a response. That's a pretty powerful process that I would be recommending. Thank you.
I think today is a great example. We've got, I wouldn't call it an overwhelming crowd here, but we have a lot of citizens here and they're all very engaged with what we're doing. And the important thing to me is that, and to all of us, is that the input that we've received is very helpful to us on everything we've heard so far today. And so thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your comments too. And if anyone else would like to chime in, and then we've got to move on. Okay, our next presenter is Dan Hilliard, and this is concerning short-term accommodation.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Kentner, members of council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak to the proposed short-term rental bylaw today. My name is Diane Hilliard, and for those of you who don't know anything about me, I have nearly 11 years experience, policy experience, working within Canada's largest municipal government. Former Toronto Mayor John Tory often called me his go-to policy wonk. So I can assure you, I respect rigorous analysis and thorough homework. I'm pleased that council is finally considering a framework for short-term rentals. And to the representatives here today, I think we're all on the same page. I think we all want a bylaw in place that protects the property owners, the neighbors, and even the guests. So I just kind of want you to have that lens as I go through this. I do want to say one thing. I don't think, well, it should go without saying, but I'm really hoping that in this process this time around, any elected official or contributing staff member who owns or operates a short-term rental property should declare a conflict of interest when discussing or voting on this bylaw. And I say that because transparency matters. And unlike the past, we had some incidences where declarations were overlooked. So just saying. Let me be clear, I'm not anti-short-term rental. I support home sharing in principle. What I want is a system where every host is licensed, every property meets safety standards, every rental contributes fairly to our community. This will help. And clear bylaws to help keep our neighborhoods peaceful for our residents' enjoyment. I must say I've been working closely with my neighbor who is here today, and she's been incredibly helpful to help maintain peace and predictability on our street. She's made changes to her rental practices, and we've had a far smoother summer this year, so thank you. And I think we both agree as we were walking in here, this is long overdue, so I'm excited. With that in mind, I would just ask council to consider a few key provisions that are fair to the owners and the residents who live near them. A minimum stay requirement to discourage one-night turnovers that are typically here for the party. A cap of 3 bedrooms per listing to preserve our housing stock and prevent whole house conversions, which I will say is already an existing zoning bylaw. So it surprises me that those numbers on our presentation have 4, 7, 6, and 8 bedrooms operating, because bylaw number 60-2009 says there's a maximum of 3. So that's an existing bylaw that's being overlooked. Cap of 3 bedrooms, mandatory safety inspections and clear fire rules to protect guests and neighbors alike, a registration fee and a municipally administered accommodation tax to offset enforcement costs and to ensure that the revenue comes here to Meaford. Like any new program, whether it's adding a library or hiring an extra staff member at the tax counter, there will be implementation costs. The beauty of a well-designed short-term rental bylaw is that it can be largely self-financing and even eventually generating revenue. On a side note, here they left. I just wanted to commend Brianna and Nick on their visually compelling presentation. However, as someone who lives and breathes by details, I noted a couple of major oversights. First, the slides could have benefited from direct links to underlying reports. To say that you've gathered information from around is lovely. I can do that too, but I think the proof is in the pudding. You need to see where the facts are coming from. Second, the comparison to TBM statistics on page 3 includes the resort-focused Blue Mountain ski area. That data reach into a resort grossly inflates the impression that Meaford is lagging by 667% behind our immediate residential neighbors, which isn't an apples to apples comparison and can mislead decision makers. When I think of TBM, I think of the town of Blue Mountains, our friends in Thornbury, and what they've created. On page 7, the presentation focuses on revenues. Can't find it. On revenue, benefits to housekeepers, maintenance crews, and landscapers, all an important economic angle, for sure. But it omits the primary driver here. Let's not forget, there is personal financial gain in this for a short-term rental owner. And we must acknowledge that a major lobby on this bylaw is partially motivated by individual profit. And I commend their efforts to include restaurants and referrals and recommendations and buying flowers from Belvedere Farms, but at the end of the day, it's what they get, it's their revenue. So when a platform, which is an item on here, the platform like Airbnb trumpets $10 billion of national economic impact, let's remember that's a countrywide total. That's not a gift to any one municipality. Final note, according to the 2021 census of population by Statistics Canada, and you can look that up, Meaford has 5,035 occupied private dwellings. If the quoted 210 short-term rentals, which again, I'm not sure where that information comes from, there are several platforms where you can rent a short-term rental. And the sources that they refer to, AirDNA, talks to 2, Airbnb and VRBO, and that's it. If the quoted 210 short-term rentals property cited in the presentation is even remotely correct, then nearly 96% of Meaford households do not own or operate a short-term rental. And it's my strong opinion, and I believe of many others, that our bylaw must reflect and protect the interests of this vast majority. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to a bylaw that balances growth, safety, neighborhood harmony, and fiscal responsibility.
Thank you very much,
That's it.
Diane. Any questions for her? Okay, seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
We have 2 more deputations. The next one is a follow-up to the community benefit bylaw public meeting, and I'm going to call on Pat Maloney.
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, staff, and all the guests that are here, as well as the people watching online. To start, I'd like to inquire about TC Energy's experience in hydro dams going forward. Doesn't have to be answered today. If TCE is awarded this contract, there's a strong possibility, given their experience in hydro dam construction, and given the 50+ year monopoly they will be given to supply regenerative energy, that they will sell the agreement with the government and its entirety to a third party. There's a possibility. Such entities would likely not be Canadian, since hydro dam constructors are for the most part international corporations. One reason the TCE would be anxious, to put it mildly, to get this PSP approved is that they can easily borrow, leverage significant funds to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars, using the income from this 50+ year duration to further the proprietary interests of TCE and not necessarily Meaford. It would be wise to note, without scrutiny, they could double bill for the energy being managed here as well. Once, when the 1,420 megawatts is created and used to pump water uphill, then again when 1,000 megawatts is regenerated by water flowing downhill. So they can have profits from the up pumping and project from the downward motion of water. As several educated people, myself, as well as experienced engineers, have repeatedly pointed out, there are no advantages, whether they be energy capture efficiency, financial, environmental, and/or safety, that would recommend this project over battery technology. In several conversations with very experienced 20-year hydro engineer, he mentions that if he worked for TCE, he could not truthfully identify any merits to this project other than the 3 I have stated above. Therefore, it is inaccurate to assume that one or all of these scenarios are being considered here. For the sake of this continued 20-year-long accrual of energy general projects, he and I respectfully request that TCE dispatch their engineer of choice to educate him in a public forum, council chambers would be good, as to the advantages of PSP over battery energy alternatives. They need to come equipped with calculations supporting all their claims, of course. I finished with this information seminar to note that none of the multitude of cited disruptions of Georgian Bay, the Niagara Escarpment lands, the power transmission easements between Meaford and Barrie is necessary to create 1,000 megawatts of energy storage today. The alternatives are indisputable. And then I had another question that's not whether it's appropriate right now about the CBA. Why the rush when all the facts above are now in your capable hands? TCE's PSP to me is a boondoggle, and you look it up what that means. It means work activity that is wasteful or pointless, but gives the appearance of having value, or in other words, waste money or time on unnecessary, questionable products. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for,
Thank you.
and we have one final speaker, which is Grisinda Maloney.
Good afternoon, council and members. This is basically about TCE. November of 2019, TCE got introduced to Meaford, or introduced their project to Meaford. In February 2023, they received support from Meaford Council. I would think that a project of this magnitude of over $10 billion, starting at 3 billion, now it's projected to be at least 10 billion. In a community of 12,000 people, you would think every single resident would have complete disclosure of what's been going on. And finding that half of the people don't have full information of this project. Now, I know TCE has been holding all these coffee chats and not being excuse me, I'm just lost my, okay, not being properly informed. So TCE Energy holds these coffee chats that conveniently only fit a handful of people at every week, and completely biased to benefit the big corporation, no matter what costs. I believe that most people in the community are not properly informed, and this project has been intentionally hushed by many players on both sides, meaning of government and all levels of government and TCE. As citizens demand complete transparency by hiring our own people and professionals paid by our Ontario government's $285 million tax dollars that has been given to TC Energy. That's my
Thank you. Any questions?
reputation.
Okay, that concludes the public portion of our public questions. Were there any public questions? I think we've had a couple of inserted anyway, and that's fine. So let's move on to council inquiries. Oh, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask about information that was sent to council at 7:42 this morning in regards to the harbor. That information was not put forward as private and confidential. So it is okay for me to ask some questions on this today. I appreciate that. So in that information, A couple of weeks ago, if you recall, I asked questions as to what was going on with the harbor and the equipment that looked like it was doing some harbor dredging, some work that was happening. And it has come now to our information that this work was began without a permit. Is that absolutely accurate? Because it leads to my second question. So if we can know for sure that the work was began and there was a stop work order put on it because we had no permit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell. So the municipality had received a letter of acknowledgement from Department of Fisheries and Oceans. That was not a permit. So the intention was to move forward. That was not a dredge, full dredge. It was actually just making a channel so boats could be taken to the lift to be taken out. First Nations, Saugeen Ojibwe Nation was advised of that, and that required the discussion between Saugeen Ojibwe Nation and DFO. And at that point, the project was shut down.
Thank you for that. Upon reading it this morning, my next question is, many people who live along shorelines, who have boats and little places that they would like to do something, they get into trouble when they move a rock. And there are people who come and visit them and tell them what kind of a fine they're facing. My question for this municipality, do we believe at this time that this municipality will be fined for doing this work in the manner that we just did?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell, no. The discussions that we've had with Department of Ocean and Fisheries have been very positive. So no expectation of any further issues have been considered, nor do I expect them to be brought forward.
Well, upon this subject, that's actually very good news because we certainly don't need to have in our next budget more costs incurred. So thank you for that. Thank you for addressing it this afternoon. And thank you for sending us information in this regards. And thank you for allowing me to ask this in open session. I appreciate that, and I think everyone does. Thank you.
CAO Everett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow up, so the intention of staff was to, felt it was very important for council to get that information. There will be a follow-up report that comes forward. At the end of the day, what has been determined has been there needs to be clarity as to what the extent of the dredging is. And that has got nothing to do with Department of Fisheries and Oceans or Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. This is an internal process to consider, are we doing a dredge of a channel or are we doing a dredge of the river basin? Two entirely different processes, two entirely different price points. I just want to thank our acting director, Mr. Fries, for the work that he's done, because working with the stakeholders and keeping this all very positive and moving forward, but also doing a deeper dive, no pun intended, on just what the costs will be, and council will be seeing a capital project sheet come forward and looking for direction. Staff will be looking for direction on how we wish to proceed. So thank you for that indulgence.
And I'd like to go on record appreciative of the fact that a workaround has been proposed so that the boat owners who would be affected by this problem will be accommodated and don't have to be worrying about getting their boats out of the water. So, Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to address EV chargers. Very popular, long-standing conversation we have. I noticed there was an article on the weekend, 20 new chargers are being installed around 4 Grey County owned sites. That's great. West Grey has a couple, Georgian Bluffs has 3, Owen Sound has 10 plus. Thornbury Clarksburg has 5 in the area, Collingwood has 20. Meaford still doesn't have any. So I know we keep kind of leaning towards Gray County as being kind of our partner and friend. And I know we do have, it's also involves our repaving the Nelson parking lot as well. But if you go to EV charge hub, Meaford is still not even on that map, and that really kind of concerns me because we're invisible literally to that sector of the public. So I'm just wondering where we're at with that and what we can do to kind of move the needle with the county on that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Gurek. As we're going through the 2026 budget and reviewing the capital projects sheets, EV charges have been a fairly hot topic. I think just, you know, having staff take a look at the strategy that was being considered previously, I think will allow for the implementation of chargers much quicker. Most of the municipalities will go to a level 2 charger as opposed to the quicker level 3s. Essentially, a facility that a vehicle will be parked for any more than an hour, hour and 15, a level 2 will suffice. Far more easier to install, far more responsible in purchasing. That will be the move through the 2026 budget to see if we can get some more chargers in place, source out grants where possible. But I think to the councillor's point, when we look at capital projects where we see the implementation of new chargers, I would like to take the approach that let's proceed with the project, and if we get grant funding, perfect. But if not, we still proceed with the installation of these chargers in key locations.
Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I had 2 inquiries, if I may, today. The first one, I wonder if I could ask CIO Everett for an update on the Blue Box program and where we sit in relation to that transition.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. I do know that staff will be bringing forward a report. I believe it's the first meeting in October that provides the full overview of the new contract with our solid waste provider, a collection provider. So I don't have the details right now, but I can tell you that report is going to be coming very shortly.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Through you to Mr. Fries, our Director of Transportation, Fleet, Equipment and Operations. We were to have a presentation concerning some resident difficulties out on Concession 8, the former Sydenham. And I had the pleasure of going out to that area a couple of days ago. Certainly where these folks dwell, the road's in pretty good shape. We rebuilt it a couple of years ago, and we did a good job on that. There are a couple of hills there that you need to accelerate to get up the hills. You don't need to accelerate to come down the hills. But anyway, I'm since the delegation didn't come forward, I'm going to leave that. But on the way to this area, I had to drive through the swamp on Concession 8, and that road is in terrible shape and has been before. I didn't have an opportunity to take a look at our project proposals in the next, 2 or 3 years, but I can't remember that area being on the list, seeing it on the list. It may be there. Jeff, it's been a problem before. I expect maybe there's still corduroy road under that. I mean, what can we do there without? Is it going to take a major rebuild in that area? And any idea when that might come on the list?
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that road between Side Road 6 and Sunny Valley is in bad condition in the swamp area. It's not on the 5-year term because it is outside of the full reconstruct portion. It's not in our resurface or our rehabilitation program. So in order to get it completely repaired, we'll be looking at a project similar to what we did on the south side of 8th Concession there. Full rehab, put geomatting in instead of corduroy road, to help sustain and stabilize that road better. In the meantime, we'll do our best to do some surface repairs as much as we can. If it deteriorates any further, we may have to bring a report back to council to potentially put it back to granular surface until we can put into a capital project to reconstruct that whole section.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. I have something that I witnessed last Friday morning when I was down at the harbor. It was a little different. It caught my eye literally to the point where I broke open my binoculars in my truck. And I got out and I was standing beside my truck, and another friend of mine pulled up and asked me what the heck I'm looking at. And I handed him the binoculars, and this is a quantitative word. There was a large drone that was flying over us, and you could see quite clearly that there was a camera mounted on it. From my vantage point, it looked like it was going down the Big Head River. It looked like it turned south approximately over top of the old Georgian Bay Secondary and headed out towards Five Fingers. I found it to be not only interesting, but a little bit peculiar, and I want to know if the municipality of Meaford is involved in granting of licenses for surveillance like this that takes place. Because when I looked at the head of the machine, you could clearly see that the camera was rotating. And I thought maybe it turned south because it saw me looking at it, but maybe that's a bit much. So I don't know whether the municipality is involved in that, but certainly being looked upon, I'm just asking if the municipality knows anything about it at all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell, and I would not be surprised if it looks south to see you. But we do not grant those. I do know that drones of a certain size and in a certain area, those individuals controlling that or piloting it do need to be licensed. I do know that our own fire department often does training on drones because our fire department does have a drone. So that's something I can follow up with Chief Pilon. But we do not license and we do not approve flight paths of drones.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My second question again for the CAO. In July of 2024, a motion was passed by this council to direct staff to prepare a report that was to come back to us by the fourth quarter of 2024 that would look at traffic control measures for Bayfield Street. And I know a lot has happened since that time frame, but I just wondered if there was any follow-up on that or if we could make a new request for that report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the Deputy Mayor. So I did talk to Jeff in regards to some of those outstanding recommendations from 2024 and beyond. One thing that we discussed was including that into some work in the 2026 process work plan to look at traffic calming, but also speed limit review. Because there are some other recommendations that council had requested that talked about looking at the overall municipality's speed limits. So tying as much as we possibly can into one work plan and to review all of those outstanding recommendations that were provided by council for staff direction and getting those cleaned up through 2026.
Maybe I might ask a question myself, and that has to do with the periodic updates on outstanding issues, and I'm not sure whether that was quarterly or, but I think it's been a while and it's probably due, and I just wonder if I could ask where the next one of those is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say that we bring that in November. I know working with the clerk, we've looked at a number of those action items and recommendations that are outstanding. So I think we're at a point now, we've got a good understanding and we will be able to bring a report that clearly identifies that to help also inform the 2026 work plan. And there are some that we would like to have the discussion with the council to see, are they still relevant? And if they are, coming up with a very clear timeline when those are being brought forward.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the consent agenda, and we've got 2 items here. So how would you like to proceed, council? Do you want these dealt with separately or together? Councillor Porter? Separately, right? Okay, that's as long as we're in agreement. The first one then, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford provide pre-budget approval for project CAO-2026-01 website upgrade in the amount of $215,000. I need a mover and seconder to put that on the floor. Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Yorig. And I see that our communications coordinator is ready to give us some background. So if you wouldn't mind, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I thought it to be valuable to provide you today with a few factors for your consideration regarding the website and following the last time I saw you when this report came to the Committee of the Whole. So I wanted to discuss a few factors for your consideration that staff referred to when putting together this report on the website. And these factors highlight the options depending on the desires of council as well as the unique needs of our municipality. With that, I'd like to highlight that it can be really helpful to look at other reports and other instances of municipalities redoing their website and revamping a website to get a good sense of what's happening in the market and what pricing may look like. But I also caution that and want to highlight that it's important to focus on our needs and the uniqueness of our municipality. So the recommendation before you today does not direct staff to award any tender to one vendor. It doesn't put any money into a budget, but it does put money, in a budget to allow us to meet our timeline for the end of life regarding the website. The recommendation before you today allows us to receive proposals, review, and then come back to council with additional information for analysis, discussion amongst the group, and for decision. So getting into a few of the factors for your consideration, I'll go over 4 this afternoon. So I'll touch on migration of our website versus exploring what a new website would look like. A number of different microsites and brands that we have across the municipality, such as Meaford Hall, the museum, the library. I'll discuss the phased implementation and transition timeline, what that would look like for our municipality, maybe compared to what some other municipalities have done undergoing this process, and then I'll touch on the procurement process. So starting with the migration versus a new website development, I just want to highlight there's a very different scope when we look at migrating our website over versus developing a new one. So if you recall, in the last meeting, I spoke about a couple of different options that we have, and one of them would be porting over all of our website files, but bringing the recycling bin with us. So that would be what we're looking at currently when we look at the scope of migrating versus an exercise of an entirely new website development would look at a new structure for our website and really go back to the discovery of what does our community need and how will we communicate this to them through the website. It's redesigning that architecture and then reestablishing the different functionalities and widgets that we may need on a website. There are a few that are intuitive, like a calendar, directories, and different types of pages, but that new website does really allow us to start from a blank slate rather than just bringing everything over in our website and not even filling them in. with a migration, that would be a task of staff to start to fill in the different pages, which would also come at a cost in allocating staff time, putting that into a work plan. That's why we've introduced and proposed the project manager to help keep that on track if we are to go the route of the RFP and a new website implementation. I do also want to highlight finally on the migration that migration can only be completed by our current vendor. They're the only ones that can do that and just move us over to their new platform. Whereas if we do want to explore a new website, that is something that's done through the RFP tender process. And there are a multitude of companies that would be suitable to do that for us. So moving along to the number of different brands, microsites, and pages that we have. If you'll recall, I noted in the last time I spoke with you all that the website serves as a tool not only for the municipality, but for a number of our different sub-brands and services that we provide. So that is for the Meaford Hall, the Meaford Library, the museum. There is a dedicated microsite also for the tourism page, economic development, and our fire services. And it's really important to note that all of these different microsites, I think I've listed off about 7 of them here, that does impact both the scope as well as the cost when we look at the new website. I will note that we don't need all of those sites moving forward, and staff are making every effort to refine the sites. But I would estimate that we do need at least at least 3 of those 7 as we move forward. So needing a specific microsite for at least the Meaford Hall, the Meaford Library, and the Meaford Museum. And I did do some digging as well just to understand the estimate and what we were quoted and what that would look like moving forward. So it's important to understand that we've been chatting with the current vendor on migration and what that would look like, and just in comparisons to other municipalities. So we start off with just the simple migration over, a one-time activity of porting everything over to a new site, but then there are also ongoing fees that would happen to be able to host our website. So when we look at just the simple migration, that's in the neighborhood of 20 to 30,000. But then we also need to consider that we have all of these different microsites, and that's what makes our needs and our community unique. So when we look at the different microsites, at a minimum, the 3 that we will need for the library, the hall, and the museum, moving those over and setting up our special ticketing software for Meaford Hall, that would be $50,000 alone just to move that over. With our new site. So if you look at some estimates, maybe that other municipalities may have received, that's $50,000 plus $70,000 and a couple other things that we may need. So we're not starting from an even playing field. Then I can move on to the phased implementation and timelines. So providers that are performing this sort of migration from one software that may be phasing out over to another do so factoring in some of their resources that they have, like the timing, the staff that they have. So it's important to recognize that, and where we have been selected, whether we were selected to move over in more of a middle to an end phase, whereas some municipalities may have had different needs that may have been less complex or more complex. So they were selected to migrate and became more aware and had representatives from their organization working with us at an earlier stage. So I was able to go back and confirm that iCreate, now GovStack, the same organization, all under the GHD umbrella, they developed a new platform called GovStack in recognition of limitations to the current iCreate platform, which is what we have, and they launched that platform in March of 2023. So that's when it became available for municipalities to be able to use. In December of 2023, iCreate sent out an update, and this is one that the municipality of Meaford would have received. And I quote, they sent to us that iCreate remains a top priority for our business, and there is absolutely no need for concern about its immediate future. So that's December of 2023. Then I guess as we move along in the different timeline where we become a priority for us to be able to move over and ultimately offer us to move over to their new platform, So we spoke with them initially in October of 2024, and there was no discussion about the platform, end of life, or timing and what that looked like. Until November of 2024, as noted in the report, they did send us the generic end of life. So that is less than 1 year after we were told that there was no concern for the immediate future of the platform, we were given an end date of June the 30th of 2027. Then fast forward to January of 2025, we're provided with the Meaford end of life, has now moved up a year to 2026. So that is a significant amount of time for a website project, especially as Councillor Urick noted in our last meeting. So then considering all of that from a budgetary perspective, when we looked at the previous budgets, it wasn't until the 2025 budget and our deliberations that we just went through that staff had that insight to be able to put money into the 2025 budget to plan for the end of life, which brings us to where we are today. So if you recall, in 2025, we put away $25,000, but there are also some funds that stem from as early as, I want to say, 2014. So we do have a current reserve balance of about $60,000 for this website upgrade. And the last points for your consideration I want to touch on is the procurement process. So we did receive that estimate initially last October, and since we had our last meeting, I was able to reconvene with the current website provider and reaffirm our estimate to see what that would look like if we do want to and do still have that option to be able to migrate over, because again, they're the only ones that are able to do that. That estimate today for migration comes in at around $100,000. So that factors in, and that's with some significant discounts because they do want to keep our business and would like to provide us with the option, should council choose to do so, to sole source this and move over to the current platform. So that's a migration of just the standard pages. That's setting up, it is over $12,000 alone to set up the ticketing software for Meaford Hall. So that's something that's unique to us. And then our 3 or 4 microsites, that brings us in the neighborhood of an additional $29,000 to $38,000 of on top of what a standard, let's call it, municipality would have that doesn't have those additional needs and those additional site requirements. So my final comment before I'll open it up to questions, my goal is to provide council with options and information to make an informed decision that meets the needs of our community. The numbers included in this report is what my analysis have found, but without direction from council and in line with our procurement policies, I can't go any further in gathering this additional information and costing on what a new website would look like for the municipality of Meaford. I can and I have researched as to what some other municipalities have done, but we need to really think about the solution that we need for our community in Meaford. We have a timeline that we also must stick to. That's 9 months for a website, and there are some risks of deferring this decision that I just want to make council aware of if we decide to defer that to a future meeting. It could potentially mean that we're forced to sole source the website and migration, or that we run the risk of infringing on that 9-month window, which would ultimately mean that for a period of time we could have no website. And that's something that I would like to avoid. So with that, I urge you to ask any questions to make you feel more confident in your decision today. But I do need direction on whether or not we want to port over the current website and not move forward with the current RFP process, or if you'd like for me to explore potential solutions in what developing a new website would look like, that would be in this recommendation, and then I would bring the options back to council. If you do move forward with this recommendation and gathering of that information, we'd look to get information from a number of qualified vendors on that, but then we would still have this option to migrate our current website over. So I hope that that provides council with some additional clarity, but again, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the information on all this subject matter. I've been thinking about where we are, and this is a pre-budget request. 155,000, and very quickly, that's pretty close to a percentage that we were talking about last budget. We're very close to beginning new budget conversations. So we have sort of an ongoing mandate that we've been doing, 1 to roads, 1 to bridges, 1 to staff wages, 0.5% to facilities. Now this is 1%. We're 4.5%. We haven't even had comments from our director, who I know is itching for a brand new snowplow at $475,000. 2 plows at that. So I'm inclined today, fellow councillors, to consider this during our budget conversations. I think there's been a good background. There's been tremendous work on your part to bring this forward to our consideration. But I think that I would like to look at this in its totality for the implications on our tax, what we're going to levy in the future. And I think that if we can find a way to do this, we probably will. I know that we have a fellow councillor who's probably our IT council person. And I just think I'd like to wait till we get into our budget to know where we are in totality of this. And thank you though for your background. And if council kind of goes in my direction, they're my thoughts today, that'll be fine. And if they move forward on it, I can also live with that. So thank you for your presentation. And that is my viewpoint on this council.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Tony, thank you for your comments, and Holly, thanks for all that information. I'd just like to say that I agree with what the purpose of this request is. We need to have a modern, updated website that needs to perform all of the things we want it to perform. So I have a number of comments and questions, so I just want to let you know right off the bat that I'm in favor of what we're trying to do. I just am having a heck of a time getting my head around the price. And admittedly, I'm not an expert in website development, but being a business owner who has a very robust online e-commerce website, I do have people that work for me that are experts in this. So I had them do a little bit of work for me to figure out what this pricing looks like. The RFPs, I can't comment on those because we don't know what those are going to look like. What I can comment on is I create in GovStack. And I had actually one from my tech team got on a call with GovStack for an unofficial quote for a municipality of this size. They didn't mention the name of the municipality or anything. It was anonymous, but it was a fact-finding mission. And the numbers that we're getting in your report are like way different than the report I'm getting from GovStack, and like way different. I can't find any numbers that get anywhere near $215,000. When we're looking at a website of that magnitude, we're looking at major corporate brands or major educational institutions like universities, Lululemon, Sephora, Best Buy. These are websites that cost $250,000, not municipality of Meaford, 11,000 people. We also have a website that has 350 pages, give or take. So respectfully, it's a very small website. So I'm just curious to know, even the numbers that you gave us still don't really add up to $250,000. So how did we get to that number, first of all? And I'm just having a really hard time figuring out how those numbers make sense. And to Councilor Bell's point, I don't want to start the budget season 1 point ahead, 1 point more than we need to be, considering all the other budgetary pressures we're going to be facing. So, and I'm happy to share the information that I have from GovStack. But essentially what I have here with all this data is that for I beg your pardon, here it is. Just rough numbers here for migration, implementation of all the microsites. And I don't know why the microsites were costing $50,000 or some number you gave, because my numbers are like way less than that. Everything we need, migration, design, implementation, subscription, we're looking at $35,000. So unless someone at GovStack is lying to my team, or we're getting like, there's a really big disparity here, right? And it's our job to figure out what that is. But the numbers that are coming out, I can't see any. Also, I also can't find any RFPs for any website in Ontario for $215,000 of a municipality this size. So that number is like, respectfully, it's unheard of for a municipality this size. So I'm just not sure what extra value we would be getting for that. I understand we have microsites like Meaford Hall and all those things, but they're basically just microsites. Like they're nothing terribly complicated. This is a content management software. My personal business web, I have almost 40,000 pages. And if I had to recreate my website from scratch, it wouldn't cost anywhere near this. And I know it's not apples to apples, but in terms of scale, my business website's like 87 times larger than the municipality of Meaford's, and it wouldn't cost me a fraction of this if I had to build my website from scratch. So without bogging down with too much of the detail, because I know we're not agreeing to spend any money today. This is a budget pre-approval, and I get that. And we'll probably have this conversation during budget season. But I think it's important to lay the groundwork now because a lot of these numbers need to be explained. And another thing that I also want to mention is the Meaford's website is also hosted in the US. So I'm not sure why that's the case. I think it would be in our best interest to have it hosted in Canada, which would also probably improve its speed. I think it's in Boydington, Virginia, is what my notes say here. So that's something that we should probably look into as well for the site hosting. So I'll let you respond to that, and I'll let some of the other counselors talk, but I have some more things that I'd like to bring up, but I don't want to bog down my questions with too much stuff right now. So anyway, back to you, Holly, but thank you. And respectfully, I'm not trying to insult anybody. I understand that these are the numbers that you have. We're just trying to make sense of it. So I appreciate everything you're doing.
Who is next on the horseshoe here? Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. There's no way I'm gonna try to follow Councillor Porter. Thank you, Councillor Porter, for bringing those numbers forward. I'm not into websites. I have trouble opening websites. That's my biggest concern. But I have asked briefly a couple of small to medium-sized business owners about the website and how much it costs, and I'm hearing $25,000 to $40,000 from them. Now, they are not the corporation of the municipality of Meaford, and I fully acknowledge that. And I don't think I'm guessing, but I doubt if we're evaluating apples to apples on that. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if either Holly or Mr. Everett can answer this, but we've apparently got $60,000 in reserves, and I would assume, maybe incorrectly, but I would assume that amount must have been based on some website replacement costs. I can only assume that. The only other thing that bothers me, and this doesn't have maybe super direct interest in or with this recommendation, but in the past, I have experienced a municipality hiring good people on contract for a contract position. And it may have been for 6 months, may have been for a year, but it seems quite often that contract position blends into a full staff at the end of the contract. And I just like to know, and maybe Mr. Everett can help me with that one. Is this possible in this case? Because I've found that in the past, maybe all too often.
Through Mr. Mayor and to Councillor Greenfield and to the other councillors, thank you for the great conversation. When we look at contract positions, I'm not sure how those positions were dealt with in the past. However, the contract positions, there's a very clear timeframe that those individuals would be hired for with a very clear scope. These are project managers that are being proposed. So it's not a project manager that has 3 or 4 different projects for the next 5 or 6 years. This is a project manager for this website project. Once that website project is complete, their contract is complete and they do not just keep on being employed. So that piece. I will say that we have identified $50,000 and that's the cost of a project manager. But just in perspective, I can tell you our neighbor to the east in 2020, there's a staff report that I penned back in 2020. That website in 2020 was $110,000. Municipal website, Town of Blue Mountains, fairly similar. That did not include contract, like that was just the award of the actual website project. So you figure that was 2020. So we're looking at 150,000 because I believe there is $15,000 in contingency that was put into that 215. So I just want to be crystal clear that when we talk about a municipal website, and this would be a rebuild, so a very similar process to what Town of Blue Mountains went through, you would not recognize the website that you have today. It would be far more functional. If you want to go to a specific project, let's say, I don't know, for fun and games, Bayshore Road. You could actually go on there, you could see what is the status of the engineering, what's the construction, when's the assumption, like all those details. So when we talk about the private sector, as opposed to the public sector, even the level of accessibility is far more. So part of that website redesign is also the development of an accessible website. One of the biggest things is transferring the information that we have on our website today into a new platform, ensuring the accessibility. So that way, when we are ready to go live, it is ready to go. And we've met, doesn't have to be the gold standard of accessibility, but we've met the provincial requirement for accessibility. One thing that I would say we lack in the province is, does anybody check the accessibility? The ministry doesn't do a great job of checking accessibility, but I can tell you those individuals who need accessibility check it every day. So everything from, can this website transfer from a laptop display to a smartphone display, all of those things. I've done 3 websites and I did not want to ever do another one necessarily, because you can't compare apples to apples when it comes to the private sector to the public sector. It's a different type of website. But I did want to just make that point. Quite frankly, you're probably every 3 to 4 years, maintenance is your $25,000 to $30,000 price for the maintenance of a website. But your rebuild, and I just pulled that report up because I remember doing it. That was the award in 2020. So that's not just here we throw a bill at it or a number at it. That was actually what the award of that website was in 2020. So hopefully that's helpful. I want to thank Holly for doing the background, because it is something that we've been able to identify through the research. There's been lots of talk at the council chamber over the last 5 or 6 years about websites and about investing. However, the investment was one of those things that often got either cut, or what we found out the last time, the council just wasn't asked because it never made the budget that came forward for council deliberation. Whether or not that was staff looking, well, it usually gets cut anyways. I would also say one other opportunity when you look at the investment, because from a communications perspective, I would say that the website is the investment that is most significantly important to communicate with your residents. It needs to be invested in heavily, but it's also something that may benefit from a financial strategy to pay this over the next 3 or 4 years. So that way it's less of a hit in year one, but also committing to the funding strategy that every year we're putting money aside. So you don't end up in this position. You end up maybe 7 or 8 years from now, having a reserve that is a strategically funded reserve, so you don't end up with a $215,000 ask. I would say the contingency, if we want to knock it down a bit, and that's something that, again, we're not asking for the approval, we're just asking to be able to go out with the RFP. I'm not a big fan of having a contingency when we're investing in a project manager. Project manager, on time, on budget, within scope. If that project manager is doing a good job, the contingencies should be limited at best. So hopefully that's some background information that's helpful in your deliberations. Thank you.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, great discussion. Yeah, a couple of questions. So I'm presuming the fact the migration can only be done by them because it's sitting on their servers, it's captive, so
Correct.
that removes kind of, because looking at the RFP process would be really interesting. When you go through an RFP process, then you're getting into competitive edges and you do get comparative numbers so you can make decisions based on real comparisons. So taking that out of the equation obviously really hurts. So sourcing's not fun. But a couple of things that like come to mind are like, I don't know when we knew that we were going to have to do this, to Sean's point, that this has been an ongoing conversation. So there's a couple of things that come into play for me that right at the top are a little disturbing, is that we just purchased the new ticketing platform for Meaford Hall, which you say is going to cost $50,000 to basically migrate. Should we have done that after we migrated it? So we're not spending $50,000 to migrate something we just purchased, kind of thing. It's those kind of, that's where the strategic planning should have come in advance. So that's my another point, is that I can say from the growing our economy perspective, we asked in both January and March. Couple of things we talked about it, we felt that were really kind of important. And when Savannah from Grey County came and kind of made the same point in her presentation, we talked about what are the priorities we need to look at to determine what we need to do moving forward. And she did say literally having kind of some kind of a visioning process with the community should be paramount, because realistically, we're talking about rebuilding a website that we are going to be doing on the auspices of kind of taking over. But because it's not just straight migration, what are we going to turn that into? But we're doing that without kind of input about what are our focuses. We need to really do that. So is that baked into what you're talking about in this process, is to have public engagement so that we know, once again, hearkening to the tourism or dev end of things, what does that look like in the new website? Do we have public input on that or engagement? Not at this point. Do we don't even have a new strategic economic development strategic plan, even kind of on the books to do. And yet our website should be totally in concert with that, because that's what it's going to look like. Now, I know we're under the gun because all of a sudden now we've got only literally less than a year, but these are all things that should have kind of gone into that formative stage of determining what that end product is going to look like. So in long story short, in order to spend that much money to not just migrate, but create, and then we're going to get there, and then we're going to go through the exercises to recreate. Should we be just migrating everything we have now at a base price that may be less? Would that, to hear me out, would that be a less of a cost to do that, just to migrate everything, then go to an RFP process to actually get companies involved, talking about now let's create the beast we want, and we can now look at different companies that we can look to actually do a fulsome process of determining what that needs to be at the end, and a competitive bid to try and get to that point.
I think I'm going to Maybe let's hear from the last counselor and then we'll go back to you, Holly and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's been really interesting to listen to everyone's thoughts on this, and I appreciate all the comments. So just starting with yourself, Councillor Urick, I'm wondering, as we look at the format, so to speak, for the website, would that not be something the project manager would assist us with? Would whether there would be public engagement or working with council or working with staff to understand what our priorities were and kind of what we wanted the look to be. So that's one question. But I think in terms of the timing, we're a little bit over a barrel here. So I think we really, in my mind, need to follow the recommendation and allow Holly the opportunity to go forward and to do further research, because if we wait for budget time to consider this, then that really makes your time frame short to get this project completed. And I agree, we can't be without a website, and we all want it to be much more user friendly, and it is our main communicator to the community. We rely on it, and so do all of our residents, and so do staff. So we need it to be, you know, extremely user friendly and attractive. And we want to sell Meaford. We want to do all of those things. So, but in my mind, I come back and suggest that that should be part of the duties of the project manager is to really provide us with some options in that regard of what the focuses will be. And thank you, Holly. Excellent presentation. Really provided a lot of clarity and helped us immensely. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've had lots of help and lots of hindrance here. Can you sort of evaluate it and read back what you're thinking at this point?
I certainly can. I am happy to address all of the questions through you, Mr. Mayor, first starting with Councillor Bell. I completely respect and acknowledge that wanting to consider the budget process through this. And it is something that I do want to come back to, and staff has discussed exploring how we could use alternative funding sources through the budget process, such as any accessibility grants or seeing if there's an opportunity to look at any user pay. My only concern with deferring that, as I noted in my initial remarks, would just be deferring it to the point where we either don't have a website or we wouldn't any longer have the opportunity to go to an RFP and meet the end of life for the website in June of 2026.
And do you have any comments on the other
Yeah.
input?
Just if Councillor Bell has any other questions or concerns on that. If not, I'm happy to move on and address Councillor Forder's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments about the latitude that we do have and the ability to come back and look at this. Also giving staff some more time for alternate opinions on this. And like my fellow councilor said, we know we have to do something. So today, in order for us, if you called the vote right now, I would simply be voting no. But I do want this to come back from staff at budget. So do I need to do a different comment to get a vote on that, or simply vote?
Yeah, we would need a motion from you if you wanted to put off a decision until we get to our budget meetings. I tend to, I agree with you very strongly that we don't want to go into budget setting knowing that we are starting at a 5% increase. That's not where we want to start, so I think that it's an option. I definitely think that we need to take account of what you've heard here today and see whether there's any way of amending our approach so that we keep our options open, both in terms of how much it's going to cost and when we're going to make a decision here. But I think we've got a lot of good information out here. But I think we probably need some time to evaluate it before we decide on where we're going to go. I suppose we could, receive this and then vote on it in 2 weeks' time. But no, you tell me.
My apologies, Mayor Kentner. I believe there is potentially a motion on the floor if there's a seconder for a motion to defer to the 2026 budget deliberations. If you wanted to consider to having this come back at the next meeting, I would suggest a motion to defer to the next meeting, but I think staff probably would benefit from some insight into what additional information needs to be provided should council wish to take a further 2 weeks. Because I'm not sure at this point there would be much more that would be provided to help make that decision. Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I don't use the exact correct language, I will count on your experience, but I'm just going to suggest that we defer this until our budget deliberations. That we do have the subject matter and we will deal with it.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Greenfield? Can we have a little discussion before we, I'm concerned, the one thing we don't want to do is end up without a website going into an election. And let me say, extremely high risk situation. And I think, and at the same time, it's a pretty high risk to be, spending $215,000 when a lot of us aren't sure that that's really the right number. So I'm going to hear some more from councillors, Councillor Urick and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the only, and while I think that's a good idea, my concern is the budget can take us into January, February. Like we could be really putting this on very, very short turnaround, which is even more problematic. So I'm a little concerned about that aspect of it. One thing I didn't ask, I should have. So the one thing we haven't seen, so when you talk about this coming, a lot of this coming from the certain current provider, is we have not seen the quote for all the work. Normally if we see an RFP, then we can literally see what the figures are. When you talk about comparing with other municipalities or apples to apples, we have not actually seen that. The 2-week deferral, one thing to me would be nice to see, can we actually see what they're actually quoting so that we can find out due diligence, just talking to other municipalities, other councils that have gone through this, experiences, etc. We, that would give us a little bit more help and information to try and make an educated decision. Deputy Mayor said that while she agreed in principle that a project manager might be the one that's going to lead all this, once again, to go through an actual fulsome public engagement process, that's not weeks, that's months. So once again, we're getting close to that stopgate time, and we haven't even at that point determined what that's going to look like, what the end product's going to look like. I'm just concerned we are really behind a gun here on a turnaround time for a project manager to come in and say, yeah, okay, let's go out and meet the public. I don't even know. So for us to make this decision now, what do you think? Let me ask you this question. What do you think is your actual start time? If we said go tomorrow, what's your turnaround time to get a project manager in place, to make that all happen? Have a public consultation, to get a process through that's fulsome. Realistically, where is that product before we even start to talk about what that's going to look like? This is really fast.
It is really fast. And if you'll indulge me, Mr. Mayor, to answer Councillor Urick's question, the work back, if we were to start this and have an RFP out next week, we would not have much buffer. If we were to go out to RFP and allow time to bring that back to council, I have factored in bringing this to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, as well as the Growing Our Economy Advisory Committee. Off the top of my head, if I just map out a very rough timeline, if we put out an RFP and have that out for 30 days, we'd have 1 week of the advisory committee reviewing that into November. And at the same time, we already have a job description for a project manager. We would need to have that come out for a couple of weeks. Again, at the same time, working to get on board a project manager, get out an RFP. So realistically, we're sitting down in the middle of November with our project manager and with an RFP to evaluate, hopefully having the project manager on board for that activity. And then that's going back to bringing that back to council very early in the new year to get a way forward, not having a way forward realistically out of council after we make it through committee of the whole until the end of January, early February only leaves us with realistically weeks when you look at it from a project management angle for implementation, testing, and launch for the end of June. I do also want to address that should we defer this to budget, in my opinion, we would not have a website for a period of time because even the current provider would need to put us into their plan to get us migrated. So that would be an if, and that's something that I could look at. But there is that risk certainly still.
So with your, and thank you, that was a very good kind of off the fly kind of estimate. That didn't even really talk about much public engagement in that process you just discussed. That is never a short process as well, having a couple of opportunities for public engagement as well. So that also extended that process.
If I may say, I don't think people are unhappy with our website if it worked, if they could navigate it. But that's the problem.
That's exactly the point. The
highly-
problem is people aren't happy with the website. That's exactly the point. Because it is very, it's not easy to find things. It really isn't. And it really doesn't do us any favors in terms of promotion. So, I mean, when you're talking about redoing something, this is a really big task with a lot of expertise required. Hence, that's why I asked. So that's why when having that cost breakdown of what do all these components cost? Like I said, and again, that was just a flyer, but if you just totally migrated the site as is, what would that cost? That would be a really good question to start with, because if we just did that and then you did the proper procedure of developing what you really wanted, would that actually save us money in the long run, as opposed to just stumbling through it and hoping that it's going to be okay?
So just through the chair to Councillor Urick, the cost to just port over our website to the new one with an updated estimate from last week would be in the neighborhood of about $90,000. And I can walk you through that estimate. I have it up here in front of me. So they're wanting to charge us approximately $19,000 just to migrate our main website over. We would have to pay $7,000 to have our plan for the content management system subscription for that year. We would have that Spetrix Meaford Hall ticketing software for 1 year is $12,500. And then we would have a number of the microsites. So just to, I have here the cost to migrate one microsite is $8,000. The annual cost to operate that microsite is $1,500. So if we were to have 3 of those, that would be an additional $28,000 on top of the other total that I started to run up was about $38,000. And then we'd have to look at, this quote doesn't include things that we currently have and would need, like parks mapping, our calendar, our business directory, potentially needing multiple calendars. So to answer your question in short, would it be wise and would we save money to port over and then explore a new website? My recommendation would be against that, referencing the town of Blue Mountain's recent new website development.
Understood. Can you, once again, can we please get that
Of course.
report so we know what we look like, so we can kind of look at it and assume, not assume?
And then, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to answer some of the other questions that were posed?
I just think we've got enough of a conundrum here over timing that's what we need to address. And I know we have a motion on the floor, and I'm going to just suggest that so that we can debate this further, could it be temporarily withdrawn, or is that not? Or do we have to vote on this?
With the motion on the floor, with the mover and a seconder, it is debatable, but then we would have to take a vote unless the mover and seconder decide to withdraw.
Clear about the question, because I think the question is with the change was literally, are we deferring this to the budget time? So that's, we want the specifics on that, please, before we vote.
So the vote is on, are we going to delay this until budget time?
So just to be clear, right now, the motion on the floor is to defer consideration to the 2026 budget timing. However, of course, we could have another motion with an alternative timing should council wish to discuss that.
I'm going to let the deputy mayor have something to contribute right now, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the motion that's on the floor in my mind. Sure, we could agree to move this discussion to budget time, but then that puts us in a critical position, whereas Holly has stated several times, we will be without a website for a period of time. And I'm not sure honestly what it gains us, because the costs are the costs. If, Holly has outlined what the costs are for the various components of the website, and if we go to budget time and we say, okay, we don't like the price, $215,000. No, none of us like it. But the reality is, if that's what it costs and we get into budget time and we say, okay, well, we don't like that, we'll give Holly $100,000, then, she cannot create us a website that will meet our needs with that amount of money. So I see that we just don't really have a lot of options here. We have to give Holly the time that she needs to do this project, and she's outlined that for us, and she's outlined the costs of it. And if we try to change that plan, we are going to put ourselves in a position where we are not going to have this communication tool that is our prime method of reaching our public and how we all operate. We all rely on it. So I fully understand your thinking, Councillor Bell, about, delaying this because we don't know what other pressures we're going to be facing in budget. But with the timelines that we are now aware of, I would be very concerned to move this discussion into that process and put ourselves in a position of, then not having a website for probably some months, because we know we have a rough idea of the time frame of our budget discussions. So I'm in favor of the recommendation as it sits before us. And I'm sorry, Councillor Bell, but I can't support the motion to move this into budget discussions.
You'd like to speak, CAO Everett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One possibility is to defer the decision and have staff come back, ideally directly to council at the next council meeting, with the clarity in regards to the second option of just migration, and understanding if migration was chosen. I just want to be crystal clear. You don't necessarily want to tie ourselves to one website provider. The next one would be a full RFP. So I think it would be prudent for staff to come back with, this is what the cost would be to do the migration. Here's the pros and the cons. And then, in a perfect world, this is all being driven and supported by a communication strategy. In a perfect world. We're not living in a perfect world. But the way the recommendation is right now, I think what we'd be looking at is a budget being approved, hopefully in March, early March. By the time you get that bylaw in place, June's not an option. Just because we'll probably be closing the RFP in late April. Doing the evaluation will be May, and we'll May, if we're lucky, have a selected website provider by June. So I think being able to get this moved along, if it means migration, that's one thing. But if council gets the information and chooses the recommendation that staff's provided, that's okay too. The 2 weeks isn't going to be a deal breaker for us on that end, but I want to make sure that council is comfortable with the decision that is being made.
I'll come back to you and then over to Councillor. Do you have something further? Thank
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just had a quick question, just so that I'm fully clear on migration. That means everything that's on the website now would remain exactly the same. So we would be spending $100 and whatever thousand just basically to have the website we have today.
Yeah, to be on a managed platform that's functional, it would be essentially very similar to what you have now.
I'm not really happy to hear that we didn't have adequate notice to make a decision on this business before. That's what I took from Holly's presentation, that we really did not get the kind of notice we needed to make a decision on a timely basis. So I hate spending $100,000 on a vendor who treats us like that. Councillor Yuri?
I agree with you completely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with you. I would much prefer to do that so that we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, I'm not interested in spending $100,000 just to migrate just for fun of doing it. Don't get me wrong. If there's some way of doing that at a much lesser amount, then I'd be all for it. But what I would like to see in that 2 period of weeks is, can we please get the quotes so that we can see them, so that we can do due diligence as well in direct comparisons with apples to apples. That's the only thing that I thought was missing in this whole process. And in all due respect, and I know you've researched this well, and thank you for that. I really do. But I really would have liked to have been able to see exactly what our provider is quoting us and why, so that we know exactly what we're voting on.
Certainly.
Sorry, CAO Everett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, if council wants a further report to be brought forward, just to provide that clarity, we won't be providing the details of the costing in a report. That would be frowned upon by the vendor. We'll make sure that the price is identified, but not the unit prices and not the specific price lines.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So most of us have been on council long enough to know what it is to have a pre-budget approval. I'll give you an example of one where this council moved virtually immediately. It's a former fire chief that said, we're going to be looking at getting a brand new fire truck, and I've come across one that's down in the United States, and if we don't get in there right now, we're going to lose $50,000. If you move on this right now, we'll have that fire truck coming. We'll be saving money, but we need a decision. We need to do it now. It was fairly urgent. I do not see this as being urgent. And I also, with our staff member, asking council to have meetings to talk about this, I think that we're going to be talking about the very issues that exist in this municipality. And I do not see this as being an absolute critical decision to be made today, to put this kind of money in place. The other thing, we have another subject matter coming up fairly shortly in our council meeting for the museum. Will this be tying in? We can talk about that at that time. But I think this is a situation where the knee bone's connected to the hip bone and it's all together. And I think that we will have to make a decision, and I'm prepared to do that. But from the money that's being talked about and the urgency which is being relayed to myself, this council, I want to put the brakes on just a little bit on this and be more informed on what we're looking at, giving staff more time to have more information for us. And that's why I'm just going to stick with what I have said, put it in the budget. Thank you.
Holly, you would like to make a
Yes.
comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Bell. I do just want to clarify that what I'm looking to speak with council on, and do have some meetings scheduled over the coming weeks, is in regard to our service tracking and service request platform. And that is actually separate from the website. And that is a follow on from the report that I brought to council in May. So I did just want to clarify that.
So I think we have a motion on the floor. If you want to read that for us, Margaret, if you wouldn't mind, and I think we'll vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let's pull it up. The motion is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford defer consideration of this item to the 2026 budget deliberations.
Okay. Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? That motion is lost.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do prefer if there is not unanimous that we also say those against.
Sorry, did you want a recorded vote, did you say?
No, not a recorded vote. If we just take the vote of those for and those against, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Those who are for the motion. Yes, I think, yeah. Okay, and those who are against the motion. So the motion is lost. And with all due respect, I mean, I think that we do need to rethink this pretty hard, but I think that we don't want to get ourselves in a position where we lose this form of communications, because without this, there's not much for the present generation. So, Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So going back to Sean's point, so when I'm being sold a car and I'm being told it's $64,000, but I can't see what all the options are that I'm buying, that bothers me a little bit. So I don't expect a full public report on this because you can't buy in public forum. You're saying that council cannot see this quote?
Through the, you, Mr. Mayor. So typically council doesn't get into the minutia of the pricing of quotes or proposals outside of the bottom line where there's a requirement or there's an approval. Council can see the overall proposed award, and then if it was a tender or an even RFP, you can list, here's the proponents that bid, here's the numbers. But very rarely would council get into the minutia of the lines. That's something that I can work with the clerk and our purchasing department to see what leniency that we have to be able to do that. There's other ways that we can provide through a report very clearly of what the migration actually entails in detail. So, but I just having that information through the procurement process, because as you know, council governs and staff manages, and there is that line when it comes to procurement.
Okay, Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I share your concerns too, Rob. Particularly when I have a whole different set of numbers. I'm just trying to make sense of this. I'm not saying my numbers are right or yours are wrong. I'm just saying, how do we make sense of two totally different spectrums of numbers here? And to Councillor Bell's motion is that whether we have the conversation now or we have it 3 months from now, we're still having the same conversation. But we need to get this sorted out. We need to figure out what this is going to cost because it will take time to do this. Couple questions. Why is it taken a year since we've known about the end of life for this to come to council for decision? Like, we're now being forced to rush to this decision when staff have known about this for a year. So I don't want to say I take exception to that, but that puts us in a really difficult position. It's almost setting us up for failure because now we have to make rush decisions, which I don't think anybody on this council is comfortable with. Second question as well is, who on staff currently manages and maintains the website? Why don't we have that person or those persons manage the website instead of a project manager? And there are examples of other municipalities where they create a website management team within staff and they share the resources and the burden. I understand that Owen Sound recently just migrated to GovStack, so we could talk to our neighbors to the west and see what they did. We also have other municipalities like Niagara on the Lake and Innisfil, and they both rebuilt on GovStack and they were less than $80,000. So how come these municipalities, and this is public information, how are they able to do all of this for that price? And Innisfil is way bigger than Meaford, 44,000 people. How are we still coming in at this huge price tag? And so I don't like the idea of a project manager because we should have the resources to do that in-house. And if we don't, who's maintaining the current website now? Because that makes me worry as well. So anyway, just a few questions, but that's, yeah, okay, that's it for me for now without ranting too much. Thank you.
And over to CAO Everett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Forder. Thank you for this opportunity. So as you recall, there has been a pretty significant change in leadership over the last couple of years, in particular this year, where quite frankly, there was a lot of influx, as you all are aware. I've been here just over 5 months. They're getting to a point where we're starting to prioritize projects. You're probably going to be surprised more often than not about what we bring forward just to get us into a position of being good business. You know, like I said before, all of this would be looked after if there had been a communication master plan, you know, looking at getting a 3-year operational budget, 5-year capital budget in place, which we don't have. This is catch up. I will be the first one to say we don't have anybody in-house looking after our website. The existing structure that you have right now as an organization doesn't support that. So getting to a point of having a website that is manageable in-house is absolutely critical. But we have to get there. And this discussion has been very beneficial because I don't think we're there yet. As us telling or explaining the significant importance of a municipal website, because it is a priority. It's one of the key areas of how we communicate. So if you were to ask me right now, and please do, of what my preference would be, understanding the process that's in front of us, I would say, listening to the discussion, we should just migrate and basically look at maybe in 2027 doing a full redevelopment to be clear and to understand what a council's looking for in a website. It is extremely unfortunate that we are sort of pushed into this corner. I will say this corner, if we migrate, is going to be with a provider that has given us minimal notice, but we're going to be tied to that. An RFP process would allow us to go out to the masses to find out who is the best provider for us. And then just lastly, I really caution the ongoing comparisons with other municipalities on the fly. Innisfil is a great example. Just do the homework to see what Innisfil has invested into their website before their rebuild. Because Innisfil was a leader in building really innovative, creative infrastructure for communications. And I would suggest if you go back 5 or 6 years ago, the investment that they made into their website allowed for an $80,000 refresh. So it's dangerous when you start looking at, like, because a lot of the information, let's look for the price. That's a good price. We don't really understand unless we do that 5 to 10 year deep dive to figure out, well, how did they get the base of their website? And Innisfil is a fantastic, for a lot of years, they were the innovator. It's one of those things as a municipality, sometimes you don't want to be the pure leader. You want to follow good examples. But Innisfil has, I would say, transitioned from innovator to a really good municipality. The innovator, it's a hard thing to sustain because you're always being that lead. But this discussion, I don't know if we're ready for the full rebuild at this point. Because even for us to understand the public consultation, we're obviously going to have more detailed information about that. What I'm used to is you you build a model and you have 3 or 4 designs that the website provider says, you know, this is accessible, this is a look, this is the dashboard. That's what you go out to the public with and say, which one? Try the functionality, play with it a bit. What I'm hearing is sort of like the grassroots. What are you looking for in a website? That's a whole different communication and engagement process, which what Holly has provided, you don't have the time for. There's not enough time in that schedule to do that granular update, understanding. And my number one concern, first concern is making sure that the public has access to a functional website, and secondly, making sure that we have a highly functional website for the election. And I look at my clerk to get her nod, but that is the pressure point. I would say the biggest pressure point is making sure that we have a functional, reliable website that supports that next election. So thank you for that.
Councillor Urick.
Okay, so again, and you're right, comparing apples to apples, it's always really difficult. Innisfil is great. Niagara Lake was the other one was mentioned. We need to look at them as well. So are they in that same boat? They probably did a lot of pre-planning as well. But I am going to go back to one thing that we talked about again, seeing those breakdown costs. And so I just did a quick look, municipal act basis. Yes, a council can generally see the breakdown of a cost in an RFP quote, as these details are essential for evaluating proposals and making an informed decision, although some pricing information may be exempt from disclosure to the public due to commercial sensitivity or third-party confidentiality, as you would expect. Council members are typically granted access to the full details, including cost breakdowns that are submitted by vendors as part of the procurement process. So that's the only thing I was asking, was just to see exactly that. So if we are talking to another party such as an Innisfil and Niagara Lake, I would like to be able to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And I'm not that I would disclose what they're doing. My fear with sole sourcing is they obviously have us right where they want us, and they can charge us whatever they want. And I don't know how much pushback we're providing. So that is part of so I mean, when you have a sole provider, you go, yeah, you're going to charge me that now, then yeah, you might not be in the RFP process later. I mean, it's all negotiation. You buy a car, I don't care what it is you're doing. But if we don't have the numbers and the stats up front, we don't know what we're arguing for or against. And that's what concerns me in this case right here. I don't want to know what the snowplow costs or what all the options are, but in this is a different kind of ball of wax. And I think I feel more comfortable knowing exactly what we're paying for.
I think before we move on in this meeting, we've got to resolve what is going to happen 2 weeks from now. What information are we going to get, and how actionable will it be? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
No, my apologies for interrupting. So right now we don't have any motion other than the original on the floor. So if council would like to have the report return in 2 weeks, we would need a motion to defer. My suggestion would just be that the consideration, this report is deferred until the meeting scheduled for October 6th, 2025 is what we would need.
Could I add with the caveat that we do see the RFP or the quote provided?
Through Mr. Mayor, the quote provided or the dollars associated to the items, because that would be in a closed session.
This is not for a meeting to discuss it. This is the council member asking if I can see what the costs were of the actual thing that we're being quoted on.
So not to get into semantics, but you need a closed session to ensure the confidentiality. Because if I email that to you, there's nothing confidential to that. You could share that. We have to take it, we'd have to look to see. Yeah. Because it's a closed session that only ties the confidentiality. You could come into my office and we could have a chat, and you could go out 15 ways to Sunday and tell everybody what we talked about. And the information isn't protected under closed. Yeah.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you. we've received confidential emails in the past without a closed session. So I understand your point, but that kind of doesn't make sense. But worst case scenario, let's just have a closed session. If we really want to look at these numbers, what's stopping us from doing that? If that's what we need to do, then leave it for council's opinion on this. But if that's what we really want to see, and that's how we have to see it, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
just because I hear lots of groans in the background. And process is process. And I will tell you that I take confidentiality extremely serious. And I can also say that I've had situations recently that the question is, has confidentiality been breached? The only thing I can hold my hat on is if confidentiality is breached, I look at it, that confidentiality only exists within a closed session. And if confidentiality from a closed session is breached, that's a whole nother discussion that quite frankly is beyond me. That's the integrity commissioner. So I understand a lot of confidential stuff might have been provided in the past, doesn't make it right. It just, I take it extremely, I've been burned with it before. So when council gets closed information, confidential information, it should be in a closed and nothing confidential other than through information that the clerk may provide under a password, which makes it confidential. That's the only way the confidentiality and confidential information should be passed between staff and council or council to council. Thank you for that.
and I think we understand that. I just think that there's a big gap here between what people believe the going price for some of these things are and what we're being quoted by a sole source provider. And I think there's merit in council having the financial information on which to base a decision. So a closed session would be, I think, appropriate in that case.
Mr. Mayor, the one piece I just add to when we talk about sole source or single source, we're not talking about that in the overall rebuild. The sole source is because this proponent is our existing website provider. We can't go to any other provider to do a migration because they are our existing provider. So that, I just want to be clear.
Probably being a little harsh, I guess, on that. But anyway, so can we leave that with you under advisement that we would like a closed session to understand these numbers more thoroughly as a council? So I'm going to call a recess shortly. Sorry.
My apologies to
do you
be
need-
a pain, but we also still don't have a motion to actually defer this item. So if that's the intention, we would have to have a motion that's moved and seconded to
Okay.
defer
Thank you for that
to the
direction.
next meeting, and then we would have that be the main motion and have a second vote on that.
I think Councillor Urick has moved it and Councillor Forder has seconded. Thank you very much. All in favor? And that is carried by 4-2.
And then that becomes the main motion. So we would take the final vote that this motion would be deferred.
Okay, so again, this is, do you want to read the motion?
My apologies, just that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford defer consideration to the meeting scheduled for October 6th, 2025.
Okay. All in favor? And opposed? Okay, so that is 4-2. So there's one more piece. Thank you, colleagues,
you.
very much. There's one more piece of business before we move on to items for consideration within this part of the meeting. So I'm going to get that off our table. The recommendation is that one, the municipality of Meaford approve the extension of the previous Meaford Cultural Foundation agreement 1 additional year to include the 2025 Meaford International Film Festival. 2, approve in principle the draft agreement for the Meaford Cultural Foundation rental agreement for the use of municipal facilities and resources for the Meaford International Film Festivals presented in this report and reflected in Appendix 2 of this report. And 3, direct staff to bring back a final agreement to a future committee of the whole meeting after negotiations with the Meaford Cultural Foundation have been held in a collaborative manner. A mover and a seconder for this, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for clarity in relation to item number 3, I just want to understand the negotiation that will take place with the foundation. Will that potentially come back with a percentage? Because we talked extensively about this in our last meeting. So I'm curious to know if there will be a percentage in this negotiation that we could then consider that would apply to other organizations, as I say, we had previously discussed. So I'm just looking for clarity on the third point.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, to the Deputy Mayor, there would be a proposed percentage, and that would be done through the collaboration between the municipality and the foundation, with the intent that later we would have council consider, is that a percentage that's across the board, or is that a loan percentage specifically to this group? I think that's a discussion that we would have to have later, because it really depends on what the negotiated proposed rate is and whether or not council agrees with that proposed rate.
Okay, any other questions? And I'll call the vote, all in favor. And that's carried unanimously. And I'm going to call a well-deserved recess and we'll return in 10 minutes' time. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're back and we're moving on to items for consideration. And the first one is the recommendation that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, provide pre-budget approval for the replacement of the museum collection management software from US-based Past Perfect to the Canadian-based Lucidia Argus museum software in the amount of $19,263.17, including the municipality's non-refundable portion of HST. 2, authorize the treasurer to transfer $19,263.17 from the museum reserve funds for the transfer of all museum digital assets to the new platform and cover the first-year licensing and hosting costs. 3, approve the single source award for the purchase of the new hosting services and construction of the new site. And 4, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. I need a mover and seconder for this, moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Bell. Discussion. Councillor Forder?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And through you, I also did some research on this myself, and the number seems totally appropriate. So I just wanted to let you know that I don't have any objections to that. What I do want to know is just going to this new software, are there any measurable improvements in terms of like public access and user experience that this new provider would be able to deliver versus the old one that we're moving away from? Thank you.
So through Mr. Mayor, so what is happening with this is going to give us faster speeds because we're online, we're in the cloud, and we're going to the States. We're also getting the security of everything being stored in Canada, not the States, which is our biggest thing. They also customize the database to our size of museum. So right now with Past Perfect, they use it as a universal application for any museum, like the ROM or anything. They're all the same. So currently we have multiple pages on our website that has fields when we're doing data entry that we don't even touch, but you have to scroll through it. So it takes time when we're cataloging to like go through and go, no, we don't need that. This is going to speed up our cataloging immensely when we're going through our items. They're also offering us online exhibit pages that we can do through the software that we can link to the website wherever we are hosted. It also is going to be giving us our access for public to actually access the collection, which we used to have with Past Perfect, and they've raised their prices for, so we had taken it down. But we do need that as part of our loan agreement that we have with the family here, that we have to have access online. So they're actually going to be cheaper to do it through them instead of the Past Perfect. So there is quite a lot of differences with it for the better, which is great. Yeah.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to our museum curator, you don't get a lot of praise, you know, for what you do. And I think that your museum and the work that you do, I think for the size of your museum, I think you do an outstanding job for us. I really do. Yeah. And the amount of money that you're asking for here to replace your collections management software, what is your timeline when council raises their hands in positivity on this one? What's your timeline for implementation of this?
So through Mr. Mayor, the timeline will actually be the second that we get our contract signed and approved. We get put into the system with Lucidia, and they will have 6 to 8 weeks from that date for we should have it implemented. So we've set everything up for the last 6-7 months that we've been working on this, that they are ready to go the second we're ready to go, and they will work through it as quickly as possible to get us like switched over, because Past Perfect, our current contract ends the end of October. So we're sort of in a crunch as well, but yeah. But they're willing to work with us, so it'll be really quick.
Any other questions? You ready to vote? All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you so much. The next item, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to proceed with option whatever to fill the vacant position of councillor. Need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Uhrig. Thank you. Discussion on this one. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And through you, I think what makes the most sense is that the next highest election candidate makes the most sense to me. The public has already voted at the previous election. We don't really have enough time to run a new election, but for one seat, seems like we're asking a lot of time and money for a very short amount of time. So in my opinion, I think that it's the most democratic thing to do right now would be to go to the next person in line, whoever got the highest number of votes that did not get elected. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank our clerk for a very well-rounded, put together culmination of what's written in the Municipal Act. I brought the Municipal Act because there's a few things that I'd like to say, and I just don't want to ad-lib it. It needs to be said accurately. And I didn't just bring the Municipal Act because of this. Every time, and this is a good compliment again, every time staff brings something forward and they use the Municipal Act and they give those sections, I want you to know something. I crack this open because I like to read what is before, what you have chosen, and what follows. It gives me a more balanced, wholesome approach. So your report about this was absolutely accurate. And we do have in the Municipal Act where it says about filling a vacancy. In 263(1), it says the word shall. It doesn't say may, or you can, or you almost. It's a shall. So I see that it's quite clear. And what my fellow councillor has just said to fill it, going on the aspect of shall fill it, before this report was put together, I asked for comment to be rendered about quorum. Quorum is absolutely talked about in here, and it's absolutely serious, and the government of Ontario takes it extremely serious. We have 6 councillors left. The one section in here talks about if council fails in 266(1), if council fails to have quorum in its consecutive meetings, the province will step in and call for an election. That's how serious they take not having a quorum. But I feel sitting here today with 6 councillors, I can't foresee a situation when we're going to have only 3 of us show up. We take this position very seriously. We have had members of council who have become ill, not feeling well, a family situation. We'd still have 5. We still can run a council. With the time frame that we are left with, but the declaring of the seat vacant to the time of when the Municipal Act says you shall, and then if this happened before an election within 3 months, we wouldn't have to. We're looking at a time frame of about 10 months. So whoever and whichever direction we fill, a 10-month period of time, I would like to say that right now, we don't fill the vacancy of Councillor Bartley's seat. We have a strong mayor in position. If this council was split, and Mr. Mayor, if in your opinion, you believed in the best interests of the municipality of Meaford, that you truly believe as the mayor that we should do something or we shouldn't do something, we sitting here, as most of us are mature councillors, we'll go with that. I'd go with that. Even if you were saying against something I'd like to see, I would accept that. You're the mayor. The mayor's position is important. So not filling that position, I don't have a feeling that we are going to be in a problem with quorum. But my real technical question is, with section 263 saying shall, can we, the municipality of Meaford, go back to the mothership, the province of Ontario, and say, we've decided that we don't want to fill it, and what the repercussions would that be from the province of Ontario if we actually don't use the word shall and fill the position? Is it an option that we can do what I've just said?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell. My understanding is if there is a seat that becomes vacant and it is outside of the time frame that near the end of the election, you don't have to fill. But in this particular case, in this time of where we are in this term of council, council shall fill the vacancy.
Deputy Mayor Coveney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that being established. Just sharing my opinion, I'd like to see us go forward with option 1A, which is filling a vacancy by appointment by the call for nominees. I think that's a very transparent and democratic process that allows eligible members of the public to come forward and to apply basically to fill the vacant seat. I think we always talk about public engagement, and we want to, we want our public to be aware and to be involved in the aspects of council that are appropriate for them. And to me, it may be just 10 months, but it is 10 months, and a lot is going to happen in that time frame. We're going to see a lot of important reports come to us, and we've got budget to deal with. And I think it behooves us to fill that seat through this process by allowing people to come in and apply, and as is outlined here in the report, to speak to us, and that we make that choice. So that is the direction that I'd like to see us go, is option 1A.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the Deputy Mayor. What is your thoughts on that in an open session where people come, like, the club that you belong to and the club that I belong to, and somebody says, I nominate so-and-so and please raise your hand and accept it or decline it? Would you see that in an open session of council?
Absolutely. It's a very public, transparent process, just as it's outlined here in our report, Council Bell, where people would come in and stand at that podium and spend a couple of minutes talking to us, and the questions, would be prescribed, and each one would answer those same questions and speak to us, and we could make our decision based on those presentations. So yes, that's how I'd like to see it happen.
I'd like to hear from everybody. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bell, for your suggestions. My second choice would have been to continue with a 6-person council. I thought we were more than capable of doing that. I don't worry about the quorum situation. I think the bigger problem might have been tied vote, and as you mentioned, we do have strong mayor powers that could overrule the tied vote. But my primary choice was to go with the 6th place candidate in our last election. If indeed they're willing to take on the responsibility. Going that route is semi-popular in our province, and has been done before. I think this individual, if I remember correctly, well, a couple of things. He did go through the election procedure in 2022 and campaign and so on and so forth. Did win a respectable number of votes. I think I remember back 3 years ago, a lot of people saying that we need some youth on our council. No disrespect to anyone else around the table. At that time, that person was 27 years old, so that would make him 30 now, and to me, that's youth. So that would be my preference. They've, to a degree, I think more so paid their dues than somebody coming in to the council chamber. I don't get me wrong, we've got 11,500 people in our municipality who could maybe age would be a factor for some of them, but could fill this position. We've got a great number of people out there who would be satisfactory. But I'd really like to go with contacting the sixth place finisher. If it was not in this person's interest, I'm sure he would say so, and we could likely have that done in 24, 48 hours. Then, yeah, where we could go out for appointments. But anyway, that's where I'm coming from, and that's what I'm looking at. Thank you.
Clerk, would you have some advice at this point?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a comment through to Councillor Greenfield, just for clarification so that everybody's very clear on the options before us. Option 1 would be to fill the vacancy by appointment. Option 2 would be direct appointment of election candidates. So when we talk about the next person in line, that should that person not be interested, we would then move down the list, and partly time is of the essence in this, and so we wouldn't come back to council. The direction would be to directly appoint somebody from that list. So the first person would be called, the second person. Just full transparency, staff have not had any discussions formally with any of the candidates. So this would be the process we would undertake, and I couldn't comment on the interest level at this time. So I hope that helps clarify, just so that everybody's clear.
I don't think we've heard from Councillor Uri yet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, clerk, because that was going to be my question. If the next person wasn't willing or available, would you just move down the line? So that's, yeah. Both options appeal to me. I have no problem with either. I guess, interestingly, if we went with filling the vacancy by appointment, that person or even the other people that ran could also apply. So interestingly, that person would still get a kick at the can, and whether that would come into the decision-making process, because we know that they've already gone through it and they were very interested, whether that might even tip in their scales, I don't know. Wow, that's a tough call, because I like both options, actually. I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor, I do appreciate the fact that of really make it very transparent and an open process. But so is the first one. So is the one that just going to the next person, because they have paid their dues and kind of done what they needed to do to try and get elected the first time.
You've helped me actually with my decision, because you make the point that we do not know what the status of any of the candidates in the last election might be. Some of them may have moved, some of them may, have other obligations, and we would take some time to try and sort all that out. But the option which the Deputy Mayor is recommending provides a perfect vehicle for anyone who ran in the last election, or even the election before that, and so on, to put their name forward and to, try for the seat. So I really feel that, again, the suggestion of I believe, which is option B, 1A, yes, 1A, I think I certainly support it from the standpoint of I think it's critically important that we do not in any way leave the impression that this is a closed club that isn't open to every citizen of Meaford, the municipality of Meaford. It's really important that we show that people should be thinking about the next election. It's just around the corner, and they should be thinking about it and considering. And I hope that a lot of people, certainly lots of people are informing me of their dissatisfaction with some of our decisions. So I know there are people out there who definitely have ideas, and I'm hoping that a good number of them are willing to come forward, because that's usually the problem. The naysayers and the people who complain are seldom seen on the voters, on the election ballot. So anyway, I've made my point. I would certainly support 1A as an option. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just my last remarks on this, and one of the reasons why I do like the option 1B, the direct appointment of an election candidate, because in my opinion, choosing someone through applications can be perceived as overriding the voter choice. The last election, voters have already expressed their will. So the candidate that has the next highest votes, they've already earned a clear mandate from the public, even though they haven't crossed the finish line. So that's my exception, and the reason why I'm not in favor of receiving the applications, even though no doubt we would certainly receive some very qualified individuals. I feel that by doing that, we are sort of negating the previous election and who the voters would like to see in order of popularity. And I just don't want to be a counselor that could be perceived as overriding the voter choice. And so that's where I'm going to sit. So however it lands, but I'll be voting for option 1B. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate those comments, Councillor Forder. I think in my mind, it's 3 years now. It's quite a long time. You know, looking at election cycles since the last election, I mean, our issues are different now than they were at the time when we were all candidates. And it worries me that, you know, if potentially we had to go, down that list, and we might get through the list and nobody might say that they want to come and take Councillor Bartley's chair, and then we're back into this same situation. So in my mind, this is an open opportunity for that sixth candidate and anybody else who ran, any prior members of council, any folks in the community that have an interest. It's just in my mind, it's fair, and it allows people from the public to come and express their interest, and to have that opportunity to apply for this seat. And again, in my mind, I think that's absolutely the right way to go, so that at this point in time, that we give the public the opportunity to come and express their desires and to tell us why, and certainly encourage all of those candidates. Perhaps we could send them a communication and say that this is what we're doing, and encourage them all to submit an application should they wish. But I'm just fearful of that it just might not work if we go back to that list of candidates. So I'm again strongly in favor of 1A.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Going back to the sixth place candidate choice, that was during an election campaign, an election that I think, we're going to throw out a number, I believe we had about 6,000 eligible voters in our municipality, roughly half of our population. That was a candidate voted on by, we'll say, even 5,000 people. If we go for appointments, that's a vote of 6 people. I don't believe 6 people represent the entire population of this municipality. And I think that narrows the vote down too much.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, fellow Councillor Greenfield. So this is one of those situations where we who were elected got elected to make hard decisions. There's only 6 of us to do a hard decision. So my question, I know it isn't for our raising our hands on, but if we go with 1A, and we have folks come forward, we'd need to take a vote. We would have to do paper, name, and destroy those votes. Is that what we would do?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bell, I appreciate the question, and as part of as part of this process, I did draft an appendix that's the council vacancy appointment procedure. And so what I tried to do was highlight a transparent way that should council choose option 1A, it's clearly lined out how the vote would take place. So actually to back it out, it would be it outlines what would be required for each candidate to have as an application. That would include a letter of 2 pages with qualifications and interest form. Each applicant would be given the opportunity to fill out the same page. Then we would have a special council meeting, and each of those candidates would be able to read their statement of qualifications and interest. And to answer your question specifically, then there would be a vote that was taken in open session, and it would be a series of votes that we would do, and council would raise their hand for the candidate that they would want. So I'm happy to go into a little bit of detail if that's helpful, or otherwise I can leave it at that. But
I appreciate that, but I want to just reflect on the service club that I'm with. If someone is not the first vice president because folks didn't want them to be the first vice president, whoever is still has to be a good friend in a way of those who still remain. And so to guard against that, we do a paper, the name, and then a scrutineer just comes back and says who, and the person never knows who did not vote for them. And then they are destroyed. And that can happen here, just goes in the back room. Now, who's in the back room and somebody says, well, they come back room with so-and-so. There's a level of trust involved here. So raising your hands and saying, I like you and I don't want to choose you, it's easier to do this. So that's my only question about how we're going to do it in the open.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. If I could just add an interesting twist as an alternative perspective. I followed Collingwood's process quite closely when they did this earlier this year. And they had a similar procedure, but they took it one step further. So not only did they vote in open session, but they had such a long list that they amended their procedures to ask each council member to nominate one person as a starting place. So I didn't include that, but certainly at some point there is the understanding that this is a professional process, and the outline is very clear that a vote will be taken. Council can discuss amending the proposed procedure in Appendix 1, but I would say we did pare it back from others that I have seen, but I also understand that the alternative is another way that it's done. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, are you ready to vote? Looks like we are. Pardon? Yes, it does raise a question. So I guess what we need is a motion, I guess, from somebody to, would you like to, Councillor Greenfield will move a
Okay,
motion.
I'll move that we select option 1B. Your worship. That would be an appointment
Okay.
from the.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Forder, all right. Any further discussion? If you're ready to vote, all in favor? And that is lost. I'm sorry, gentlemen. We should vote on a motion to, like, I need a motion to go with 1A if you would like. Oh, I beg your pardon, you want that? Okay. Sorry, so we'll do that vote again. All in favor of 1B? and all against 1B. So that is yes, three to, with one abstention. Okay. Does that help you? Okay, all right. So we need a motion now to vote on another option. And I don't think we discussed any of the different options. Well, really, the only different option is, in fact, the by-election, which I don't think is much of any of us have a lot of taste for the simple reason that we would eat up our entire budget for the next election, which is just around the corner, really. So someone, yes. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I would move that we go forward with option 1A, filling a vacancy by appointment by the call for nominees.
And is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bell. All in favor? And that is 1, 2, 3, 4. All against? 4-2. Okay. That helped.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And now I would just ask that we have a final vote. So that was technically an amending motion. So we will just have the final vote that council directs staff
Yes.
to proceed with 1A, the call.
Okay. So do you understand we're voting on 1A? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And that's those opposed. I believe there were 2 opposed. Did you see that, Margaret? Okay. All right. I think I'm going to call another brief recess for the simple reason that we have a bylaw which requires us to have one at after there. Did I misunderstand your instruction?
My apologies. We just need a motion to extend the time. So we
Oh.
don't need to have a special bylaw. It's just a procedural element that almost everybody but me can ignore, but
Okay.
we just need to have that.
We went to 6:14 in our last meeting on September 8th, and I don't recall this.
We were in closed session at the time and there was a lot of conversation and so I just sort of left that one. But I think with the open session and doing it properly at 4:30, we should have a
Thank you.
motion to extend. So I
So
appreciate
can I
that.
have a mover and a seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Urick, to continue past the allotted time. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And we'll keep going. So I need now a motion to move into committee of the whole. And at 4:30 PM, mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. All in favor? And we are now in committee of the whole. And the first item is the recommendation that committee of the whole recommend to council of the municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to proceed with the formal negotiations with TC Energy to develop the framework and details of a community benefit agreement, and 2, direct staff to bring forward to a final draft of the community benefit agreement no later than the end of the second quarter of 2026 for council's consideration. A mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Urick, seconded by Councillor Bell. Discussion on this. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. If I may, through you to our clerk, Ms. Wilton Segal, we have on occasion in the past split numbers, voted on 1, 2, or 3. I'd like to split and vote on 1 and 2 separately. Now, do I need to make a motion for that or just a request?
Okay, so we are just granting councillor's request, and so we'll vote on, or we'll consider item 1 first. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes. So repeating the first recommendation, that committee of the whole recommend council direct staff to proceed with the formal negotiations with TC Energy to develop the framework and details of a community benefit agreement. Discussion, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that when I read through this report, you, my fellow councillors, know that I have never really liked having a bylaw on this. And when I read this about how to get back to the table and have some negotiations with them, that we don't need to have a bylaw to have that very high level and professional conversation. On page 84 of our package, I'm just going to read the one paragraph. With the benefit of discussing the TC Energy Pump Storage Project with province and the Ministry of Energy and Mines, staff have identified that it is typical that the common framework that's used for public sector and private sector to negotiate and base long-standing commitments is in the fact a community benefit agreement rather than a community benefit bylaw. We all read the report, and one of the things that was identified, and it has been supported by members of senior staff, is when it was brought for consideration about being a bylaw, in our report it also said that this was to be levied as a very broad brush bylaw to apply everywhere in the municipality, and it was not singularly focused on TC Energy's proposal on federal property. Because if it had, I'm not so sure just how that would have really panned out. But it has been supported at this council in the open that a bylaw would be a very broad application everywhere, falling outside of the Planning Act. So today, when we have this conversation about how we would like to be at the table to promote ourselves and to talk with them and to get things on the table, we could do this with an agreement rather than a bylaw. And I really want us to do that, fellow councillors. I really think that we just need to be there. We need to tell them. I have been told that everything is on the table and that nothing is on the table because we haven't formally done anything on the table. And I think that as this moves forward, even with what we have just discussed about a new councillor in 10 months is going to have to be brought up to speed on everything that we have done. So I just think that when staff looked at this on an overview, I am tending to strongly agree with them. Talk with TC Energy. It says about using Strategy Corps. That's correct. We're going to use those as a professional group. And that they need to understand what this sitting council for the future of this municipality would want to see them do in the future. Because everything's on the table, but nothing's on the table. So let's get at the table. Been a long time coming, and I like to be at that table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who's next? Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not nearly as eloquent as Councillor Bell, but I will just say that I certainly support the first recommendation here. We need to get moving forward on these negotiations. I think they're long overdue, and I'm very pleased to see this report because talking about a community benefit agreement is exactly where I always wanted to be on this. We got into a situation with the bylaw, which was never really what I meant to have happen when I first brought forward a request for a notice of motion. So anyway, long way around, we are back to where I wanted us to be when this all started. So I'm just looking forward to getting this process underway and to start to see some actual benefits come into this municipality because we haven't had any other than bills being paid. We haven't had any discretionary benefits. So it's high time we did. So I'm really, really pleased to see this before us today.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement as well. I have no problem with this. My only question to it is, should we be stipulating in there that it is in concert with Strategy Corps? Because nowhere in there does it say that, and that's going to be part of the process. Should we be saying that?
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it's required to Councillor Urag. Strategy Corp has been already placed on a retainer with the municipality. So that's already in place.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Um, as a councillor being representative of the community, of the people of the community of our municipality, I'm certainly not going to oppose any kind of community benefits. That's not going to happen. I want, without a doubt, the very best in the future for our community. Not only for myself, but for future generations. I'm nervous about. I like the bylaw. I thought the bylaw that the Deputy Mayor recently brought forward gave about a municipality their bylaws. That's theirs. That's their position. That's we can't pass legislation like the province and the feds, but we can pass bylaws, and that is ours. That's something we can hold in our hand and present. And I'm looking at this as that we're casting that aside. And this community benefits agreement is not taking its place, but it's going to be first and foremost. So as I say, I'm nervous about that. I guess another problem I have, and I'll leave this till number 2 discussion and mention it then. So I can vote in favor of number 1 because, as I say, potentially there are some benefits from this project for our municipality, for our residents. So I can go along with discussing the details of such an agreement, and but I will have further comments for number 2. Thank you.
Any further discussion on number 1 here? Okay. I thought we were on the right track with the bylaw, but I've satisfied myself that it hasn't really helped our cause as the municipality at all, and so I am certainly supportive of this. And I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say opposed. None opposed. Okay, so you've got what you need there, Madam Clerk. That's good. Okay. So the second item then, direct staff to bring forward to a final draft of, I think there's an extra preposition in there. Direct staff to bring forward a final draft of a community benefit agreement no later than the end of the second quarter of 2026 for council's consideration. Mover and a seconder for this part of the moved by Councillor Urag and seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this one. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the people who came out to our council meeting today. A very well put together presentation by those that operate, I take it very well, and really concerned about how it's perceived, its public perception. I also want to thank the guest speaker who came, and I think the lady said it very well when she said about being on the same page. And I think if I got this right.
You're just a little bit ahead of us here, Tony.
Well, which?
We're still on TC. We're still on.
Oh, we are.
Yes.
Well,
right.
now you know where I'm coming from on that one.
So, Tony, I would just say maybe take a little time to read the second part of this recommendation, and then because we'll be very interested in what you have to say on that as well. So I'm going to start with Deputy Mayor Keaveney and then go to Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just in relation to number 2, I'm just wondering, mostly for the benefit of people who are here with us and listening, Mr. CIO, if I could ask for you to share a little bit about what's going to happen, assuming we adopt this between now and the second quarter of 2026 in terms of public engagement and the inclusion of the social economic impact study, the readiness results, and who may be involved in all of that, and just a bit about the process of what happens, as I say, between now and then.
Thank you. And through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, there's a lot of work that has to get completed to hit this end of second quarter of 2026. We have made a request to have a social economic readiness study done, which I've said many times in public forum, ideally that would have been done 4 or 5 years ago to understand where we are as a municipality to be prepared for this type of proposed project. But that being said, want to get moving on that, and then having the public and using the advisory committees as key stakeholders to be able to understand more from a community benefit and a community desire, what are the key things that we're looking for? I think one of the key things being able to provide the community is what a community benefit agreement is and what a community benefit agreement isn't. And being able to work with council to come up with what's the philosophy that we're looking for. There's a lot of ways that you can do this. The one way is just, saying we want this facility, and that be the basis of an agreement, or it could simply be something that is on an annual payment that has obviously an escalation clause that provides funding to the municipality over a number of years. So trying to get the information in a factual, meaningful way to the community, just so it's very clear what this process is, I think is incredibly important. A lot of this work will be done concurrently with that social economic readiness plan to figure out where our strengths are, where our weaknesses are, but to be able to move that the actual agreement along to be able to provide a draft for council by that second quarter of 2026.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you again, Your Worship. Okay, concerning the second item, it's a matter of timing as far as I'm concerned. A couple of weeks ago, when I was fortunate enough to go on a boat cruise with Deputy Mayor and our CAO and Ms. Maroney and Ms. Wilton Seagal. Have I left? Hope I haven't left anybody out. I was told by an individual who works for TC concerning this concerns the drilling rig. And now at the time he mentioned to me that the drilling would likely be shut down around Thanksgiving this year, which isn't too far away now. And it was quite possible, according to him, that the rig would have to be back next year for more drilling investigation. Now, that may have changed in the last couple of weeks. I have heard since then that the drilling rig has moved to another position. I don't know if that's true or not, but on top of that, this geotechnical overview that we received on page 3, it mentions as development of the project progresses, we anticipate additional investigations to be undertaken in 2026 and 2027 to support the project's design and planning. Now, I guess I'm curious if indeed the drilling rig is back next July, and there are more investigations to go on at least in 2026, perhaps 2027. How is that going to affect the environmental impact assessment? It seems to me if there's still investigations going on, how can you even submit an application? That's just my take on it. But on that note, I'm really worried that signing an agreement by both TC and the municipality in the end of July next year, I think that's could be premature. The other thing I'm worried about, and I'll ask through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Everett, if indeed we go ahead and prepare this agreement, and there's no doubt about it, I'm sure any of the six of us around our table could present a list of at least a dozen community benefits that would be great for our municipality. That's not going to be difficult. TC may not agree with just everything we submit. I wouldn't be surprised by that. And we don't want to overwhelm them too much. But what does this signing of this community benefits agreement, how does that work out with our conditional willing host motion? Could TC not argue that, hey, look, you've signed this community benefits agreement, isn't that a confirmation of that you're a willing host? Or I mean, if you're dealing in sincerity with us, doesn't one almost equate the other? Anyway, help me, Mr. Everett, with that, can you?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield. You'll recall that there were four items that were tied to being a willing host, and the collective, the community benefit agreement was one of those. So as an element, if the municipality was successful in getting an agreement in place, that would be one of those elements, along with the other three, that would then be part of saying we were a willing host. As far as the cart before the horse, and I believe we had Strategy Corp come to the Pumped Storage Advisory Committee and talked about this cart before the horse as well. And at the end of the day, going through the collective or the community benefit agreement and getting the basis of that is extremely important from the standpoint of, the project doesn't need to be approved to have that agreement in place. It's setting the stage. So quite frankly, and I won't speak on behalf of TC Energy, but it will ultimately inform TC Energy in whether or not the project's actually feasible. Because this is part of the de-risking that not only TC Energy will have, but it will also be the province. Because if we're asking for X, that will directly impact the cost of this project. So, like having that connection is, and I'll go back to the original, having that community benefit agreement in place is an absolute connection to being a willing host, because this council set those four pieces out as provisions to be able to provide that. So hopefully that's helpful.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may just add to that, Mr. CAO, but that motion also spoke to the impact assessments and that we would have those all peer reviewed and that we would have those reports. So in my mind, I don't see the next council discussing becoming a full supporter of the project until we have all that information. So I see the community benefit as just 1/4 of, yeah, exactly, of that, that approval. So yeah, we're not even halfway there yet if we approve this to go forward today.
Are you ready to vote on this, folks? All in favor? And that is carried by 5-1. Would you like to see those who are against? Please. Councillor Greenfield, we need to see your vote against. Okay, thank you. All right. The next item. Recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommends to Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, support the proposed plan to consider the development and implementation of a fulsome municipal licensing program that would include the licensing of a short-term accommodation with the Municipality of Meaford, and 2, direct staff to develop the framework, including the required public consultation process, to have Council consider the establishment of an administrative monetary penalty bylaw and the implementation plan to support the administrative monetary penalties program. We need a mover and seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Greenfield and seconded by Councillor Uhrig. Discussion on this. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my main question in relation to this, and we all know this, I mean, this was one of our key objectives, a top priority in our strategic planning for this term. So I'm curious to know if there's any ability to revisit this timeline, if there's any way we can expedite this process and get moving forward and get into the licensing side of things. Just thinking again, coming back to our 10 months, and we'd really like to see this in place before this term is over, Mr. CAO.
Thank you. And through Mr. Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, I would suggest in 10 months, understanding that the election is in there as well. I would really counsel not to push this too fast. There's a lot of work that's been done. However, with the benefit of having the short-term accommodation bylaw under my portfolio in my previous place of employment, you need to get this, you need to get all of the elements in place before you put a licensing program in. And I'll say that where Town of Blue Mountains established their first one in 2008, and it wasn't till 2020 did it get done right. The licensing program is the easiest part of it. It's having the enforcement mechanisms in place, and thankfully administrative monetary penalties are available to municipalities where you don't have to rely on going after individuals operating without a license through zoning, because you'll spend more money in court than you will actually recoup any costs under zoning. So the administrative monetary penalties allows us to do that in-house. The other thing is having the ability to have the demerit points through the licensing program. I will say, in my experience, individuals who are being charged under administrative monetary penalties or even the Provincial Offences Act, very rarely are they too concerned about the financial piece. It's when you implement demerit points, that's when you catch their attention, because when they lose demerit points, they'll end up losing their license, and that's the lifeblood. So what I've proposed as the next steps is, and we heard it through the delegations this afternoon, the idea of revisiting whether or not council and ultimately whether or not the community would consider increasing the number of bedrooms to be considered for occupancy. Currently, it is a maximum of 3. And I'll say this just from my own opinion, I'm concerned if we're at 3, and will the operators of short-term accommodations still go underground? Because we witnessed on the delegation, I think there was, out of the 6 identified properties, 1 was a 4-bedroom, 1 was a 2-bedroom, 1 was an 8-bedroom, 1 was a 3-bedroom, 1 was a 7-bedroom, and 1 was a 6-bedroom. So that 4, 8, 7, and 6 would not be able to operate under a license with that number of bedrooms currently. So the other piece is, when I've looked at sort of the landscape of the municipality, there are a number of ways that occupancy can be controlled. One is, the simplest way is simply number of bedrooms times 2 people. What you also have to consider is the site. And you can control occupancy based on the number of available parking spots. You could have a property that has a dwelling with 10 bedrooms. If you only have 2 parking spots, that trumps the number of bedrooms, right? So there's lots of things that we can go through and work with the community, just so then it's a program that works, as opposed to every time we try to do something, there's this interpretational indifference, which doesn't allow us to really enforce the license. So going through the official plan and the zoning bylaw, I'm suggesting, is a good exercise. I think establishing the administrative monetary penalty and that implementation, again, there's a whole public consultation process that has to be put in place with public meeting, follow-up reports. The administrative monetary penalty process is probably the most significant piece to this puzzle, because it not only captures the short-term accommodations, it captures a wide range of activities. And the one I'll use as the best example is our environmental services. We could be using administrative monetary penalties for something like our sewage discharge bylaw, where if we find that people are not compliant with the sewage waste bylaw, we can tie that to an administrative penalty, $25,000. The other thing is an administrative monetary penalty. If the individual doesn't pay, we have the mechanism, it can go directly onto their taxes. So there's a wide range of administrative monetary penalties, but again, we would want to have that in place before we bring the license in. And I say that because in 2020, the short-term accommodation licensing program and the administrative monetary penalty bylaw were done concurrently, and it didn't work well, because as soon as one got hung up, the other one got hung up. So strategically putting these in place is my recommendation. The other key thing is, I honestly believe with a registry, we can establish a registry of those properties that are operating as a short-term accommodation today. We can get a lot of information as to how many beds, how many bedrooms, what's their occupancy. Even through that registry, that gives us an opportunity to check their zoning, what's their site plan look like. So that way, when we do go into a licensing program, my suggestion is, those who have signed up for their registry would be the ones who were permitted to do the first intake to a license. That's the incentive, because licenses are generally 2-year licenses. So if you're in the registry, that first intake, you've got 2 years of operating. Anybody outside of that first intake, they're not getting a license for 2 years. So therefore, they would actually be operating without a license, which the administrative monetary penalty would be a fairly healthy one. I believe in the Blue Mountains, what they settled on was, I think it was $5,000 a first offense, $15,000 second offense, and every offense thereafter. Because what we have to remember as well, short-term accommodation licensing is actually to support the legitimate short-term accommodators. It's actually to penalize the bad actors, and it's dramatically there to limit and go after those who are operating without a license. If you're a good operator, the license, you don't have to worry about demerit points. It's really set up to manage the poor operators as well as those operating without a license. So after living it for a number of years and wanting to make sure you get it right, this is with that background information of there's a few things that we have to tie up first. I will say the first step, council, you have the opportunity to say just bypass that or not. We don't have to do an official plan amendment, and we definitely don't have to do a zoning bylaw. If you're satisfied with 3 being the maximum number of bedrooms, we can skip that. I just caution from the standpoint of, and you heard it today, those individuals are currently operating as a short-term accommodation. They are today, and they would be non-compliant to our existing approvals. So, and then lastly, I will say that short-term accommodations in the rural area, one would think, it doesn't matter how many occupants are there. I would say when I've looked at this, because I'm not used to having short-term accommodations being permitted in the rural area, because again, in the Blue Mountains, you can't have a short-term accommodation anywhere that doesn't have a municipal service. That being said, occupancy in the rural area would be dramatically impacted by the size and capacity of your septic system. So having those pieces in place, those would be part of a licensing program. Because again, parking in the rural area probably isn't a big deal. Occupancy overall isn't that big of a deal, but what your actual septic can handle is a big deal. And then bed and breakfasts, we're set up. Bed and breakfast is already a process that goes through a planning process. But I will say staff has done a lot of work. I know council is committed to this getting completed. I think it was in my first week, I wrapped my head around where this has been in the process and where this is in the process. I think we've needed to take a step back and understanding we can get some of this stuff done, but having that sustainable process. And it's not me just saying, it's going to be $300,000 for a piece of software. It doesn't have to be like that, but we do have to have a program that people understand, and ultimately people are willing to come forward and get a license. And if council, like I say, if council wants that 3-bedroom limit, that's something that we can work with. And it would actually be something that we would have to effectively start looking at those STAs that are operating and marketing a higher occupancy than what the 3-bedroom would allow. So hopefully that's helpful.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sean. That was really helpful. That was a great synopsis, and you've kind of answered the question, because I want to go back to when Ms. Hilliard made her presentation. She talked about the fact of 3 bedrooms, already operating out there. Because I'm presuming, because we don't actually have a registry in place or a actual bylaw or anything in place. I mean, it's like playing whack-a-mole at that point, because we don't have any mechanism really other than sicking our municipal enforcement on them, and that would be a full-time job, which is another burden on expense that it's difficult to manage. So I don't like the limited 3 bedrooms. I've been reading a lot about a lot of other municipalities. You go to AMO and you hear from other municipalities, and it's folly to think just because somebody has more than 3 bedrooms that they're a problem. There are many 1-bedroom people out there who are great problems. There are 2 bedrooms. There are great problems because they're not following the rules. I think everything that you said about this is the whole point of this is to put an enforceable scenario in place where we can penalize those who are not responsible or not following rules so that they can be tasked monetarily. So I do not want to see it limited to 3 bedrooms because I don't think that works. But I do, you made one point that I found very interesting is that you said with with sanitation and rural environments. So theoretically, if a couple had 8 kids, they probably shouldn't live in rural environment because they might not meet their own sanitation requirements. My father was one of 17 kids. I'm pretty sure they lived on a farm. I'm pretty sure they probably didn't quite meet the standard. So what are you going to tell them? You can't live there? So I mean, everything comes down to common sense and enforceability that is practical. So I want to support responsible STAs and I want to penalize ones that aren't. And so hopefully this mechanism will provide that vehicle.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Mr. Everett, for bringing this forward. Not a minute too soon. I like your report. I like all 5 of your suggestions. I was hoping maybe the timeline could be a little more expedient, but one thing a number of our council members have mentioned in the past is that we want this to be revenue neutral. We don't want the management and control of these STAs to be costly to the average taxpayer, and I hope we can end up with that. I know it's going to have to be some pins fall into the holes and over time, but I certainly want that. I think the number of bedrooms is a concern. Personally speaking, I think an STA with 6, 7, 8 bedrooms, to me, that's a boutique hotel. I mean, where do we draw the line here? I would rather have this bylaw when it's first passed on the firm side. We can amend a bylaw. We can change numbers, but we've waited a long time to get this far, and I prefer initially coming out with a bit of an impact, and as I say, where we can always ease off in the future, but we need to finally get the message out there that our municipality cares and our municipality wants this to run in an orderly fashion. And as I say, I think I like your recommendation. I like the idea of a municipal accommodation tax. I think I don't think that's asking too much. I think that's quite reasonable. So yeah, let's get finally going on this. The sooner the better.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I agree with everything Councillor Urick said, particularly with regards to the bedroom limitations. If we have a good system in place that provides the enforcement that's required, the number of bedrooms really shouldn't be the issue. And of course, from what we hear from the STA community is that those multiple bedroom homes are not used for frat reunions. They're used for family reunions and things that are a little bit more wholesome. So that's not a huge concern for me, particularly if we have a framework in place that is able to enforce where it needs to. So I'm happy with all the recommendations. I would just say that we change the bedroom limitations, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, would you like Councillor Bell to expound on this now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a carry-on from where I began out of order, I do want to thank the folks for coming out and the lady that said about having a bylaw that works for everybody, and it is one of council's strategic priorities, and it is something that we have been engaged with for a very long period of time. I did not like Mr. CAO when it took you from 2008 to 2020 with a 12-year span. That's a long time to get something actually done. One comment, though, that is from my aspect out in the rural community, there have been, and it's always the ones that have problems that always. So I had a farmer that had his bean crop came into the colors of the yellow and the rusty color. A group of people were in the middle of his field, They were well off the side road and they're in. And he came to me and he said to me, "What can I do about these people? They're trampling down my crop." How can you educate somebody that's a bad behavior? They come out to the rural community and they think it's kind of a bit of a free for all, and it's tough. He had one that did fireworks, I don't know why they did fireworks in the middle of haying season. Another farmer came to me and said, "Are they out of their minds? He still got hay down, And these are the kinds of things that when people come and they want to be in enjoyment mode, they want to be in a happy mode, they want to be in a freedom mode, they want to get out of the city or wherever they come from. I understand that. I said to my wife when I saw the group that gave their first presentation about, did you know there was some short-term account? And I showed her the map and she goes, "No, I didn't." I said, "They're doing it right, aren't they?" Didn't even know. Doing the thing, people coming, people going. Didn't even know. So it's always been, the good actors are good. Those that aren't so good aren't. So what you have said, Mr. CAO, is that doing the registry, I think you said, is something that we can do right away. And I think that what the two things that were at the front to direct staff to do something, we need to give them a direction of one of these options. I'd be inclined to start with the registry and start working our way through this and let staff with the CAO. I think he did a very well-rounded look at this, and I am not prepared for another 12 years. But thank you though for your comments on it. So I would like to see us start with the registry.
Going to call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And thank you, CIO Everett. The next item is the recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council of the Municipality of Meaford to receive report 2025-09 Freedom of the City Ceremony. Mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Greenfield and seconded by Councillor Forder. I don't know if there's any discussion needed of this. This was one heck of a good day for Meaford. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It really was an excellent day, and this is quite an eye-opening report, though, in my estimation, to see that an event like this cost $16,500, and we recognize the other events that are supported by our municipality and the fact that we haven't had a budget line for such things, which I'm sure we will going forward. But I'm just curious to know. This money, I guess, came out of operations, but what might not get done to allow for this funding? Or is there a reserve anywhere that we can pull from to kind of keep things on an even keel?
I'll speak to that. So through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor. As far as reserves, we don't have a reserve to cover this, and working with NISA, just looking at what opportunities that we have to look at the other events that we had budgeted money for, to see if there's ways that we can just make up the difference in other locations. And then, of course, one of the reasons and a lot of the costs that came from this are costs that are already borne by the municipality. So when you talk about the cost of transportation with, getting the barriers and stuff like that, so that's not new money. But we believe, and Nisa was very cognizant of the fact that the budget that she had was to do X amount of events, and working with Nisa, she felt comfortable that we could still accomplish what we needed to accomplish, but being mindful of in the future, being very clear, and this is every event I would like to see reports like this come forward, just so council and the public can understand the costs associated with these types. They're fantastic events, but it is money that the taxpayers are putting forward that allows these events to take place. But we feel pretty confident the money that we have and some underspending in some other areas, NISA can accomplish what the plan originally was. Yeah.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it would be trite for me at this point to say if we had an active tourism budget, that probably would have covered it. Just, I'm not twisting it. It wasn't, you weren't here, so it's not falling on you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to read in the report where it said that municipal staff played a key role, I'm now going to say, in a very successful event. I think for those folks who may not have been in attendance, when the Lieutenant Colonel received his gift from the municipality, those that were close to him, did you notice how he paused? He really liked the gift. As a professional soldier receiving a compass from World War I know that's going to be on that man's desk. I think that thinking of giving that gift was just outstanding. And I have had conversations about the gift from the Lieutenant Colonel to the municipality of the sword that he presented to us. And I could not help myself, but I had to get a hold of it, and I looked at the cipher, and maybe folks didn't know, but the cipher on it is the King Charles. And it was just one of the fresh ones out. And anyway, I understand that it's going to be mounted and on display, and we'll be able to see it. And I think one of municipal staff took a shot of my fine self with that sword. And it is really something I couldn't believe when we received the sword out of his hilt. I think that was outstanding. And in the report, it says, strengthening the relationships between the municipality and the Canadian forces. Outstanding job. I know that NISA has left, and there were others that were duly involved in the whole process, and just an outstanding event, and well done, everyone. So it happens once in a while, and I think we can all look back that we'll be happy that we were part of that day.
I would like to drop a hint that I hope that we very shortly see that sword displayed either here in the council chambers or at Meaford Hall. Yeah, I want to thank NISA and all the other staff members who worked so hard to carry that off and make it the day that it was. And it shows the importance of, I believe that the two jobs that we added in the last year, being the events coordinator and the small business liaison, are really paying off and are critically important. I still, am campaigning, anybody who listened to me about an economic development, person, but starting at this level is really helped us, and I'm very proud of what has been accomplished there. And I just want to Councillor Bell's comment about building the relationship. I invited Lieutenant Colonel Tobin to present to council in the near future. I was hoping our November 3rd meeting, but he is out of the area at that time. But on October 26th, he is going to, or October 20th, he is going to, has accepted the invitation to do a presentation to us. And I think that, the base is going to be increasingly important to the municipality of Meaford, and we can be very proud of what happens there. And I'm really looking forward to hearing him present to us on October 20th. So memos, the Development Services Report, pardon? I guess we should, we were asked to receive that. So yes, all in favor of receiving the Freedom of City Ceremony Report. Thank you very much. Did you get a number there? I think if you want to see anybody voting against it, I didn't see Councillor Greenfield's hand, so. The Development Services Report, we can, we have seen it, and I don't think there's not a recommendation to receive it. Just, did you want to speak to it, Amy? That would be great.
I'm happy to, Your Worship, just to brief council on why they're seeing this memo. We are expecting to bring building statistics as well as other statistics related to, you know, community growth, planning services, that type of thing. So our first blush at this time is bringing forth the July 2025 building statistics for your use. We tried to get statistics out that were useful to you and that might give you a sense of the building permit activity that's taking place both in the town of Meaford and in our rural areas. So certainly happy to hear any feedback you have, but stay tuned on this one. You'll see this on a regular basis. And we hope to sort of build on this model as well. So
Thank you very much. Yeah, so questions, the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Director Ken, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Amy. I'm just curious to know, looking at the numbers that we're seeing here for July, do you think 2025 is going to catch up to 2024 in terms of permits and construction numbers?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Your Worship. At this point, we are looking good for the 2025 building year. I'm not sure that we'll catch up to those numbers you see there, the construction value being 87 million and the 396 permits issued, but we do hope to have a healthy year that'll lead us into a good 2026. Stay tuned.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and yeah, there's not too much to boast about on this report, although it's good to have reality. But every time I go past the Loon Call subdivision, there's more building. There's semis, there's fiveplexes of other. Where are they in this? Are they in the past, or I'm hoping they're still not to come. So just that's my question, and I mean it's been busy. We've also had building in the rural area. I know up the top of the third line, there's 2 new houses that have just gone out. So I'd like your comment on that question, but I just want to say that I heard on the radio this morning, there was a survey of 40 Southern Ontario municipalities, and this goes back over the last 4 years. 34 of them have numbers less or far less than what they were proposing as far as, now this was new homes, but 34 of them are well under the numbers they were proposing. So I guess if that's any indication of what's going on down in the more urban areas, this report shouldn't be too much of a surprise for us here. It's just common. We are not meeting our housing needs, and this well, we heard that before. But when is this going to change? I certainly hope Mr. Carney's new plans will put an end to that and not just establish another bureaucracy.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Uh, updates from members of appointed to county council and committees and local boards, and we'll start with Deputy Mayor Keaveney with her report on county council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. County Council last met on September the 11th, and there was pause to reflect on the events of September 11th. The first presentation we heard on the 11th was from Naomi Vauden and Ann McKinnon of Bright Shores, and they brought appreciation for the county's ongoing financial support and highlighted the one-year anniversary of the Bayview Wellness Center, where walk-in services and longer-term treatment options are provided for people with mental health and addiction concerns. And this is in the old Bayview School. This program is really working. As was noted, hospital ER readmissions related to mental health and addictions have been reduced by 65% since Bayview opened. The first year of operation at Bayview has seen 33,000 visits, and there are 60 staff members working at this facility. So it is a great facility. The mayor and I had privilege of touring it through Grey County, and it really is making a difference. The PDAC, and that's the Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes, were next on the agenda because at the county, each committee, their minutes are part of our agenda, and we have the opportunity to discuss those. It was noted that the new Henry Bernick Center has supported 20 businesses through their mentorship network this past quarter. And the BEC, the Business Enterprise Center, has engaged 144 inquiries over the same time frame, hosted 8 workshops with 173 participants. So these services are really helping our business entrepreneurs. Grey Roots has enjoyed an extremely successful summer with their dinosaur exhibit and their regular Morriston tours. And I was just going to note in here as well the Gather campaign, and I know we've mentioned that before, but there is a Gather campaign video that was taken here in Meaford. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology to show it here in Chambers, but if anybody has a chance to go to the county website and just search for the Gather campaigns, there are ones completed now for all of the lower tiers, but Meaford's, I think, is exceptionally well done, and those are all done with Roger Mooking, and he's certainly a highly professional, both in terms of media, and he's also a top-notch chef, so he's a great host for these videos. The Agricultural Advisory Committee engaged in lengthy discussions regarding the wildlife bylaw, which considers appropriate compensation for coyote, wolf, and beaver claims. And I know we've talked about that at this table before. It was definitely felt that the current practices need updating and that education is necessary so everyone understands that it is the best practice for farmers to protect their crops and their livestock. You can't just kind of relocate coyotes. The farmers have to have the ability to eliminate them. We were reminded of the impacts of this type of devastation and what that impact is on the mental health of our farmers. So it was good to get their perspective. Director Kevin McNabb spoke to response times for our Grey County Paramedic Services. The goals for response times will remain the same for 2026 as they were in 2025. CTAS, that's the Canadian Triage and Acuity Scale, determines the times. That's a provincial declaration, which range from a goal of 8 minutes to 20 minutes, depending on the location of the patient and the seriousness of the issue. But they really do try to get to a life and death situation within 6 minutes, 8 at the most. And if you think about the geography of Grey County, that's quite a feat. MTO has requested a resolution for road design standards for Grey Road 5, and that's where the new Catholic secondary school is soon to be constructed, and you'll see that they're clearing the land now if you happen to go down that stretch. It was agreed to bring the road in front of the school to standards recommended for an 80 kilometers speed per hour, even though the limit is likely to be set for 60 kilometers an hour. recognizing that there will eventually be a school zone there as well. But this was a long and interesting discussion as we debated between a 90-kilometer road standard and an 80, because a 90-kilometer would have required that grade to be shaved down to provide better visibility for the school zone. But there was an expense to that of about $500,000. So it was agreed in the end to stay with the 80 kilometers design standard. County HR staff has successfully negotiated a memorandum of settlement with Local 302 at Rockwood Terrace Long-Term Care Home in Durham. Wage premiums will increase across the board for Rockwood staff over 2 years, totaling 6%. And that was pretty much the discussion, Mr. Mayor, unless you wanted to add anything.
Well, thank you very much. There's certainly a lot going on in Grey County. And I think it's about 4 different events that we both could have been at, but I don't know where we would have shoehorned them in, you know, but opening the new medical paramedical center in Durham, just a whole slew of events that.
Yes, there's a family ball tournament in Hanover at the Kids Safety Village, but I am going to go to the Durham Paramedic Base opening. I want to see that.
It's certainly, it's really interesting. It's a net zero build for and how many bays was it too? Anyway, it's a big building and it's quite exceptional. Pump Storage Advisory Committee, Councillor Greenfield, are you able to report on that?
And speak to that, Your Worship, yes, we did meet last Thursday, and we had a couple of gentlemen from the Strategy Corps group come and talk to the Pump Storage Committee. Basically concerning the benefits agreement and what type of benefits. I believe there were kind of 4 main headings of benefits that have been asked for in the past, and it was an interesting meeting, some interesting questions, and I think there's a lot of work ahead with that, and that was the main topic. Pretty well took up our entire meeting. We had a number of the public did come and ask some questions at the end of our meeting, and so all very good, all very necessary, and I'm glad we went forward at the PSAC meeting with Strategy Corps.
Okay, thank you. The next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to adopt the updated terms of reference for the Pump Storage Advisory Committee. Can I have a mover and seconder to put that on the table? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell, thank you. Did anyone wish to speak to that? We've all read it, and I don't think it's any drastic changes really, but it probably definitely brings it up to date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Really, it's a housekeeping process and some procedural aspects. I think one of the key things is just hopefully it allows for process to move a little bit quicker. The desire from a staff perspective is to be able to bring more information through reports to the committee, and also allowing stakeholders an opportunity to have standing items to be able to present to the PSAC committee, as well as answer questions that have been provided in advance. So a good housekeeping exercise, which 3 members of the advisory committee actually took part in that review. This allows us to move forward and utilize that new terms of reference.
Great.
I would just quickly add, Mr. Mayor, if I may, that the terms also do allow now for Councillor Greenfield and myself to vote on the committee that we weren't able to do prior. So that was one of the significant changes.
This committee has, I know, have had some rough patches, but nobody knew. We invented something, completely new, and it seemed to be really needful. And more, I believe the committee is, functioning very well and doing a job that we as a council really appreciate. The next is the Growing Our Economy Advisory Committee. Do we have a report from
We do. Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Uri?
Mayor. Yes, the Growing Our Economy Committee met on September 17th and heard a presentation by Carol Greenwood of the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario. The focus was on TIAO's strategic playbook for Ontario's tourism industry for 2025 to 2030, entitled Forward Motion. The key strategic goals are to attract more visitors and spending, expand transportation infrastructure, strengthen workforce resilience, facilitate product development, capacity investment, advance practical sustainability, and foster collaboration and leadership, with their strategic targets being to increase visitor spending by 4% from 30 billion to 38 billion, increase the GDP from 29.7 billion to 39.3 billion, increase the tax contribution from 11 to 13.7 billion, and increase direct tourism jobs from 296,000 to 313,000. While there's much discussion about the growing U.S. impact, it's important to remember that 80 to 85% of Ontario tourists are domestic, while only 15 to 20% are international. Ms. Greenwood pointed out that tourism has been a strong component of Southern Georgian Bay's, and Meaford's economy for a long time, with a lot of potential for significant growth. As chair, I shared a companion tourism report from AMO. I mentioned that at the last meeting on the impact of arts and culture and local economic development. Now, this was the first time that this particular topic was addressed at AMO in a concurrent session and was extremely popular. The tourism sector is by far for the most part a hidden economy, as it does not have a large industrial or commercial brick and mortar presence. Yet Ontario's cultural economy represents 254,000 jobs, which is more than real estate, auto manufacturing, and forestry and mining industries combined. Generates approximately $27 billion annually and is 49% of Canadians' cultural economy. The tourism impact, a couple of the tourism impacts are Government of Ontario's Celebrate Ontario Blockbuster and Reconnect funding generated an estimated $1 billion in economic impact across the province, with every dollar of provincial funding driving nearly $21 of visitor spending. Arts and culture tourists spend more, with 13% of unique tourist trips in Ontario that included arts and cultural activities, yet those trips accounted for 30% of tourist spending in the province. They also stay longer. 40% of Canadian arts and culture visitors made trips of 3 or more days, while only 13% of non-ANC visitors did the same, which enforces the importance of available accommodations such as STAs, which feeds into the past conversation we just had. A couple of takeaways were that ECDEV initiatives such as business attraction and retention or shovel readiness do not have to be mutually exclusive of tourism. More importantly, ANC is not measured just in ROI, it's a social impact. A well-rounded community that embraces arts and culture provides a better lifestyle, which attracts businesses, families, and health professionals. Committee opined that while Meaford needs to work with the TIAO in Grey County, who does a great job of local tourism, we have not done a very good job of funding or supporting tourism for many years and need to make sure we budget properly for ECDEV and tourism in the upcoming budget. We also need to engage the public in a visioning exercise to determine our tourism goals moving forward and to update our ECDEV strategic plan. Finally, the committee also heard updates regarding PSAC and TCE, the upcoming Open Fields event, the BIA reinstatement exercise, and the Rural Ontario Development Grant for Business Retention and Expansion, and finally, the new municipal online business directory, which currently includes 52 businesses. Actually, there was much discussion on making sure the directory is structured properly so users can source businesses by sector as well as alpha, and how we can work with local organizations like the Chamber of Commerce and Meaford Downtown and the public to substantially grow the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell, do you have a report?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under other boards and committees, I actually did not call a meeting of the sustainability fairly recently. I made that decision because I thought we were going to set ourselves up possibly again for a degree of failure, not having quorum. And with the departure of fellow councillor Bartley and the structure that we are going to take for replacement of a councillor, does the CAO have any thoughts on a possible restructuring, or will we just have the new councillor take over what Councillor Bartley did, and maybe we'll look at my sustainability group? Any thoughts on where we're at for the future that would be, involve council's direction?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell, I'm working with the clerk. We've looked at options of how best to fill those committee vacancies as well. And the idea was, like you had mentioned, when the new councillor is appointed, to consider those appointments potentially on those advisory committees. I do have a report that will be accompanying that discussion that also looks at some options of how these advisory committees could continue as we move towards the election. One option is we can continue those advisory committees right through. We could actually take a look at some of the advisory committees, maybe winding them down in March, just to stay away from any election platforms. There are ones such as the PSAC committee, Heritage Committee. There's a few other committees that, should just continue on, but I think it would be a good opportunity for council to look at options. And ultimately, I think it's really good when an advisory committee can provide a final report back to committee to say, this is what we completed. Maybe these were some of the challenges, but ultimately for council to understand how the committees worked and what was in their terms of reference as far as their mandate and the deliverables, were they achieved? So that way it's helpful for the future council to determine what they want to do by way of advisory committees. So that report is pretty much penned already, and it was just a matter of determining what council was going to decide with the filling that vacant role. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Were there any other boards or committees meet? Okay, then we need a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. And we're doing that at 5:45 p.m. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Urick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm going to provide two. They're going to both be related to the OPP committee. You had actually asked last week or last council meeting about two things, and one was the provincial offenses clearance issue, as well as provincial funding. So there were a number of other municipalities who did look at the minutes and then did actually make motions to support those officially, so that they can go to the province to try and kind of garner a little bit more support. So I would like to bring those forth at the next council so that Meaford can make an official statement on those as well.
Okay, any other notices of motion? Then we've got a couple of motions to deal with, and the first is relocation of the community mural, and that Deputy Mayor is yours.
It is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. So I'll read the motion for anyone present or listening. The recommendation, whereas the Canada Connects Family National Mural Mosaic was installed on Bayfield Street at the foot of Nelson East in October of 2024, whereas the current placement of the mural obstructs views of the harbor and the tree located directly behind it, whereas municipal infrastructure located underground at the site is no longer accessible due to the placement of the mural, whereas visitors frequently stop to photograph the mural, often standing in the roadway and creating a safety hazard, and whereas residents have provided feedback in support of relocating the mural to an alternative site, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to prepare a report to be brought forward before the end of 2025, outlining potential relocation sites for the mural along with associated costs. So the motion really states it all, but I don't know about everyone else, but I've overwhelmingly heard from the public that they feel that this mural is in the wrong location. It's a lovely mural, but it just needs a new home. So that really is the purpose of this motion.
Does it need a seconder? Okay, a seconder for the motion. Thank you, Councillor Forder. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And then I believe Councillor Urick, you have a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, regarding the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Amendment Act. So whereas the municipality of Meaford is committed to environmental stewardship and supporting initiatives that reduce waste, increase recycling rates, and promote a circular economy, and whereas beverage containers represent a significant portion of recyclable materials that are currently not being diverted from landfill at optimal rates, and whereas deposit return systems have been shown in other jurisdictions to achieve high recovery rates, reduce litter, and improve the quality of recyclable materials collected, with the province of British Columbia's recovery rate of 82%, representing over 25 billion containers recycled, equaling over 126 tons of CO2 diverted. The national recovery average is 68%, with Ontario being the lowest in the country at 50%. And whereas Ontario Bill 225, the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Amendment Act, Beverage Container Deposit Program, proposes to establish a province-wide beverage container deposit return program that aligns with these environmental and economic objectives. And whereas municipalities across Ontario bear significant costs associated with waste management and litter cleanup that could be alleviated through such a program, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby expresses its support for Ontario Bill 225, the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Amendment Act, Beverage Container Deposit Program, and that this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Premier of Ontario, the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Member of Provincial Parliament MPP for Grey Bruce, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and all Ontario municipalities, encouraging their support for Bill 225.
Any discussion?
You want a seconder?
Pardon?
A seconder?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Bell, thank you. Any discussion on this?
The only, I'm going to add one more point. It was an article that came out literally last week, and it was really, it's shocking that. So in Toronto, there are over 10,000 street litter bins. Of that, they estimate 1% of that gets recycled because it's all contaminated and it ends up just all getting trashed. So if you had a return deposit like they do in BC, where actually people got paid for it, they wouldn't be throwing it in those things. They'd actually be returning it like beer bottles, and you'd actually have circular economy that actually works. And Ontario has been dragging their heels on this ever since it's been started, and BC shows it works if you just kind of make the effort.
So let's vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you unanimously. So we have another recommendation here. Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meeting held on September 8th, 2025, and the closed meeting held on September 8th as well. Mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Urick, Councillor Greenfield. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing in there, Madam Clerk, under council inquiries, I asked, and I think it was not quite worded properly, because what I was asking about, that when it ended up talking about the Canadian economy impact, what I was asking about was the municipal report on what Meaford has specifically in the past kind of ever done with US purchasing, it just in how that related to our purchasing policy. A good example of that is just today came up, the museum actually had a US contract as opposed to Canadian. So we were talking about what impacts we can make to mitigate US purchasing impact where possible. So I just want to make sure that that was corrected to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything on a communications agenda that, okay, Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, may I please pull D and E?
Okay. Did you want to go ahead and speak to that, or
Sure.
I'd be better find that?
Just like as for we need to.
Okay, fine. Okay. So you go first, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have two resolutions here from the town of the Blue Mountains. And I just wanted to make note to our neighbors that we have received their resolutions. And I just wondered if I could make a suggestion to our friends in TBM that perhaps they follow up with TC Energy for some clarification on some of the language in the resolutions, because they refer to the project as battery storage rather than pumped storage. And pumped storage is obviously very different from battery storage. So I just want to make sure that our good friends and neighbors in TBM are well informed about the project as they prepare their resolutions.
Okay, and did you have any comment?
Yeah, I have to agree, that was the term they used, but, I wanted to pull E because I think it's important, this, designation as a special economic zone, under Bill 5, as I understand it, does, pull away, from the environmental assessment, part of granting approvals, and I fully believe that that is a very important aspect to the TC project up at the Army base, and I appreciated the town of the Blue observing that and passing the motion. So I'd like to ask for our council to give their support to not having this project excluded from designation. Again, the special economic aspect, I don't think should override the environmental aspect of
We didn't
the
hear,
proposal. That's,
yeah, we didn't hear anything in notice of motions, like I would have, that's, I think what you probably should have done was brought forward a notice of motion.
yeah, it's overdue.
Deputy Mayor and then Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we're going to discuss this and potentially support it, I'd like to see the language corrected in this, in E in this resolution, because it still speaks to battery storage, and I don't want us to add support to something that isn't, correct. So I would just like to see that changed if we're going to discuss this.
And Councillor Yuri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify whether this has been tested, because this specifically says that this is an Ontario statute handling a special economic zone under regulations for Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Theoretically, that's under federal jurisdiction, is it not? So I just don't know how this has been tested, whether or not that even is going to apply. Until we can find that out, I'm not sure this is even applicable to the TCE project. So, and again, I don't know, but I just think that's a question that has to be asked because of the jurisdiction.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yurg's point. So last Thursday during the special meeting of the PSAC committee, Mr. Penner from Strategy Corp had identified that there had already been the release of the first, identifying the first projects that would have met the test, and the TC Energy pump storage was not included in that. So the first group, TC Energy, was not included. The other piece, if can have your indulgence, just for process perspective, if Councillor Greenfield wanted to make note of support, he wouldn't actually require notice of motion for that. He could actually just make that now saying that he was and like looking for a vote on council supporting that or supporting that that motion. So just a point of clarity. Thank you.
I think like it's all hypothetical because we've heard nothing from the province in terms of what it intends to do with respect to these specialty zones, so specialty economic zones. Is there anything further you need on this topic, or can we move on? Anything from the correspondence list? Sorry, Councillor Greenfield.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to do that.
Is there-
Put it out there anyway.
Sure, is there a seconder? Okay.
A comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and in my mind, again, if we're going to lend support or discuss this, I'd like to see it sent back to the town of the Blue Mountains first to, you know, have them give consideration to removing the battery storage language and replacing it with pump storage. But I don't want to support this when, in my mind, this isn't the correct reference to the project. So I think it needs to go back to TBM first.
And I'll go back to our CAO for your thoughts here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if the deputy mayor, if that was to be the direction, my suggestion would be that council direct the clerk to correspond back with TBM asking for the clarification in the motion.
Let me just say, before we really plan to deal with it, we would like to see this corrected. That work?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
I agree. No. Anyway, what, whatever council decides. So, but I did want to bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything on the correspondence list? Sorry.
My apologies. If we're going to have a motion to direct staff, I move, or I assume it would be the deputy mayor, we would need a seconder and a vote for that. And I've just noted that the request would go to the town of Blue Mountains to clarify both the resolution D listed there and E listed there. So we would deal with both of those. Excuse me. Presumably they would come back to us again and we could put them on the correspondence list, and then a motion of support could be considered at that time is what I suspect would be the next steps.
So we, in other words, there is a proposed motion then to back up Town of Blue Mountains on their concern here with I think it's Bill 5, and so I need a seconder for that then, Councillor Forder. Is there any further discussion? You've made your point. Okay, all right, then. In that case, is there any further discussion? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously then. Thank you. Now, is there anything to do with correspondence, Councillor Greenfield?
Your worship, number 3 was a letter from a lady who was involved in I believe a motorcycle accident east of town. Your worship, and I think she was worried about well, amongst a number of other things, the speed limit east of town, and that's something that I've wondered about often. The entranceway to St. Vincent Plaza, basically the independent grocery store and other fine businesses. The speed limit there is still 60 kilometers. It does not go down to 50 until we get to the Salt Dome, further west than that. And we have that busy plaza out east of town. little further out, we have Knights of Meaford Building Center. We have McDonald's Furniture, for lack of their more modern name. And we have Swarthmore Drive and Muir Street, which for those folks coming from the Blue Mountains way, we know it's a shortcut for this new school for a lot of pupils there. I really wonder if I'd like to see the speed limit down to 50 kilometers out east of Swarthmore Corner. Even Grandma Lamb's is a busy driveway. I don't like slowing down traffic, but in the name of safety, and we know that traffic congestion is going to increase in that end of town, everywhere from the St. Vincent Street lights to further. So, I'm just wondering what do we have to do? I mean, this is MTO, and maybe Mr. Everett or Ms. Wilton Segal could advise us. I guess first of all, is it a worthwhile effort trying to get the speed limit down? And if we think perhaps it is, how would we go about it?
And can I just inject, there has been a serious accident at the entrance to Lamb's. And it's a very, very busy, and people sometimes make last minute decisions on what they're going to do when they get there. So
Through Mr. Mayor and to Councillor Greenfield. So the municipality can always make a request to MTO to have a speed limit reduction. I will tell you that the engineers at MTO will take a look at the geometrics to see whether or not that road is set for a certain speed. Going through the process a number of times before, one thing that they will take into account is the number of accidents which OPP can provide. So it's a worthwhile exercise. I will say, looking at it, if there are on the west side of the municipality, if there's something that you would be thinking on that end as well, you make one request. I'll just get Jeff to close his ears on this one, but the other opportunity is asking MTO if they would consider an expansion to the connecting link. So ultimately, it's not a free reign of what you can do within the connecting link, but it does make it a lot easier to make more, let's say, community-minded decisions based on speed limit and design, as opposed to MTO's very clear engineered-based decision-making.
Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I just wondered, I was going to ask Ms. Wilton Segal, do I need to put forward some motion to collaborate with the MTO, or what would be the best approach?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Greenfield. I do think that you can absolutely go the route to put forward a notice of motion, but I think that we had heard from staff that during the 2026 budget work plan, there would be a number of opportunities outlined for speed control and traffic calming options in the municipality. So I wonder if that might fit better with a bigger plan in 2026, and knowing that staff are moving forward with that might be another alternative channel.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Urick.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Greenfield. I do like the idea of expanding the connecting links and going from Roberts right out to Grey Heron, because along with speed, the other opportunity that then would be open to us was sign placement, because sometimes Councillor Urick has been trying to get an event sign here for quite some time, so it just opens up opportunities for signs as well as controlling speed.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that plug. Well, the only thing I would add to that is it just makes me think as well, whether when you talk about the calming along there, whether or not there's even a possibility of asking, and again, would have to meet the threshold of traffic, of course, but a stoplight at the independent corner, because that corner can be horrendous for people trying to make a left out of there at any time of day, but particularly now Meaford has rush hours. So again, I don't know what that, when you're, again, 2026, when you're talking about adopting various things, that would be something, I don't know whether it'd be worth asking as well.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one suggestion, and to be able to keep this moving along where it doesn't get tied up into the budget discussions in 2026. We do have the Roma conference coming up in early 2026. This would be a really worthwhile delegation to go to MTO and spell out, you know, what our thoughts are. So whether or not there's the, you know, early direction from council for us to prepare for a delegation, but also to have the authorization to make that delegation request might speed this along. I would suggest probably early to mid October, we'll start getting the Roma delegation request forms. So this would be one that we could apply for early.
So did we have a motion there?
Thank you, Your Worship. If council would like to provide some direction to staff on the Roma delegation, it would be an appropriate time to have a motion, but at this time, we don't have anything on the floor.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to set up the delegation at the Roma conference concerning, and we have a list, and I wonder, Margaret, if you could fill in the 1, 2, and 3 or 4. I think of our region speed, stoplights. Here again, I like the idea of bringing in the west side of town too, because that's going to get busier too. So how may I come in and discuss it with you? Would that be reasonable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Greenfield, if you want me to take a bit of a swing at it. It's really just direct staff to prepare an application and submit to the 2026 Roma conference for MTO to consider opportunities within the MTO connecting link and potential expansion to the east and west side of that connecting link.
Okay. So that is moved by Councillor Greenfield. It's seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now, we have a confirming bylaw, and the recommendation is that it resolved that bylaw 2025-52 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of today's meeting of council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Need a mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned.